Partially because I have the Fifth Amendment right to decline to answer, and also partially because I'm in the Witness Protection Program.
For the bees or from the bees?
I am not at liberty to answer that.
Alright, is everybody okay? Everybody alive?
Oh, look, there they are.
There they are.
They do it.
Well, hold on. They have their essence. Well, not their essence. Their accounts have logged into the Discord. Not the Roll20 though, and they haven't unmuted, so it is entirely possible that what we were dealing with is
Zombies.
I don't want to risk sounding paranoid, but they could have been murdered by blimps, and now this is the blimp person logging onto their accounts in order to gain intel on where we live in order to hit us with blimps.
Oh my god, you could be right.
I don't need the intel. I make the blimp engine.
Jesus.
I knew it!
Daniel, we're boned.
Oh no, we're blimped.
Oh no, it's even worse.
Quinn, you alright?
It's weird.
So did you say we're weird?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's why you like us.
You're totally weirdos.
Alright.
Fun fact, the nerve endings for too hot and too cold are different, which means they can both be activated at once without canceling out. Rest in peace, that guy who ate a habanero pepper and chewed a bunch of breath mints at the same time.
Oh no.
R.I.P., brother. For science, you died.
Did he wash it down with water?
I don't think he made it that far. Alright, so, who wants to do the recap?
1, 2, 3, not it.
Also not it, as I was not present for last session.
Yeah.
Not doing it this time, you cannot make me.
Sorry, I'm currently, updating the highlights and Twitch stuff. Give me just a moment. Alright, everything checks out there. Alright, so, to catch us all up on last session, you all had a harrowing encounter upon pursuing Hegrax out of the Necromancer's lair, resulting in the near death of Trimna. Discovered that the Braided Ram was the name of this individual group that was trading with this Necromancer for various oils of depetrification, and including one such transaction that included 3 eggs of a basilisk in exchange for the corpse of a young black dragon. You reconvened and began discussing your plans as Galzik headed off to go gather the bogweed that he was sent here to gather up by his mentor. And upon his apparent return, continued to discuss your plans until it became apparent that this individual seemed to be an imposter, as the actual Galzik returned with bogweed in hand and in bag, and in an attempt to subdue and stop this individual, revealed themselves to be a masked, cloaked individual with what appeared to be a long, fuzzy tail, stained black with what looked to be some kind of oil-like substance, who then smiled quite menacingly before vanishing, causing you all to have a sense of greater expediency to complete your task, and headed back to Bleakmore to recollect your things, where Misted's beloved turtle Belial was then gifted to Pix, Pax, and Pex, and you all departed off back towards Serpent's Calling. Along the way, you finally made rest in the Emerald Shield Rat, where you were able to rest, recover, have your fair share of drinks, were offered the chance to bathe for the evening, and also were able to pick up a few potions along the way from Yiri. Upon the day's departure, Galzik, Trinla, and Pinegrove all departed from the party, with Galzik returning to the base of Stone Talon Mountain to resume his training, and Trinla and Pinegrove heading towards what looks to be Listelcrass and then towards Juni's Forest. And from there, you were all given gifts by Trinla and have begun your day on the 9th of Seedfall. It is about 8 o'clock in the morning, and you are packing up to head out back onto the road. And this morning greets you as a little bit colder than the ones you've been experiencing, but not terribly cold. And a rather thick fog and mist has descended onto the fields and stone around you. So, what are you all doing?
I'm going on an adventure, obviously.
Nomad is already in the back of the cart and appears to be inert.
Immovable object upon my cart.
Indeed.
Misted is chillaxing her fuzzy butt up in the front seat, waiting on the rest of the party.
All right.
Tyrell would also be up in the front seat for a bit.
All right. Elbrig Sampson.
We're busy studying the Necromancer's book, as we think that there is a moment of inspiration very close,
All right.
aka with the thought when I'm using it.
All right. And for those in the front, being Misted and Tiro, go ahead and roll your perception checks for heading into and possibly through Ashstone.
Nope, distracted.
I mean, you still rolled a 13. Tiro.
What do you see with your tiefling eyes, Tyrell?
Give me just a sec. My thing must do the loading.
Hmm.
That loaded.
Tyrell is very distracted by his newly acquired planar hunter patch that is now sewn into his attire with what looks to be small vines. He is admiring it fondly.
Yes.
And for this part of the journey, it'll probably be about another 6 hours total to get safely and securely into Ashstone. Which brings you to entering into Ashstone at roughly around 2 p.m. What do you do?
Let's say discuss among the party if we want to make a quick stop for anything.
Well, first I'm going to make sure, in fact, that Nomad is still awake back there.
Yes, after about 4 hours, he seems to open up a book and begin reading and doing notes, it looks like.
Mhm.
Good. Good, he's alive.
Nomad would ponder the question for a second and then say, "It's likely that this will be our last stop before Serpent's Calling. At least, our last stop in a town that we can feel safe in. Perhaps we should rest here for the night and proceed in the morning."
That works for me.
Guess it's a little unsure, but we're about it. Let's go.
Alright, Elbrig. Wow, my voice cracked there.
He goes, huh? What? What do we want? What?
I assume this man is nose deep in his book.
Yes.
So, Albert, do you want to stop here for the night? And just kind of gestures.
It is currently about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and the mist is actually still very thick.
Oh, never mind. Not gesturing. Not gonna work.
It's not, like, heavily obscuring, but it is... You could feel the moisture.
Oh God, I'm going to have such fluff in my fur.
So we're gonna stop off where again?
The party is talking about stopping in Ashstone.
Yeah, but are you asking that out loud?
I'm asking that out loud as Albert.
Oh, okay.
We were considering stopping at Ashstone.
Yeah. Ashstone. I remember Ashstone. I mean, sure. Honestly, it does not matter to me whether we stop there or not.
Alright. Elbrig, I do remember that you mentioned you wanted to ascertain... Jesus, what is wrong with my throat today? You wanted to take some time to ascertain properties of the contents of the bags and sacks that you guys had discovered in the lair.
Mm-hmm.
You can... during that time frame, were you just studying the book? It was about 6 hours from where you guys stopped until where you are now.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. If you
Yeah,
would like...
he's trying to get Here's my question to you. So he's studying the Necromancer's book, right? Of course, the Necromancer is a wizard. Uh, Here's my question. Though I'm not a wizard, I am a divine soul sorcerer, so I have access to both the sorcerer spell list and the cleric spell list. Just a
Mhm.
see. All right. Never mind. The spell I was thinking was not actually on either of those lists. Never mind.
The notes that you do ask Nomad and Tyrell to help translate are rather in depth and explain the spellcasting formulas to an extreme extent. So it is a better grasp of Arcana and a better grasp of the nature of crafting spells and their formulas. So as you all stop and make your rounds for Ashstone, I'm assuming you are returning back to the Quilted Quiver, which is the tavern that you stayed at last time.
Indeed.
You see the same human tending to the bar. Okay, yeah, this throat thing is gonna kill me. And he is much more awake, much more alert now, and is a little bit more energetic. And recognizing the lot of you, offers you yet again rooms for free for the evening. Um, on discussion of what we talked about with Nomad, would you like, Daniel? Would you like to have Nomad's downtime activity?
Yes.
All right. And as for Elbrig, would you like to take time to uh, try and ascertain the properties of these plants and whatnot?
Sure. Before I do that, once we settle down, Elbrig would actually go ahead and kind of not sneak out, but like nonchalantly walk in that we're staying at
Mm-hmm.
and kind of move off to a secluded area. When he leaves, again, he's not actually sneaking; he's just walking off to go do his own thing. He's not on top of something; he's something next to him, but he also walks out with the necromancer's book in hand.
Okay.
And since we've been studying it, and there's such detailed notations and things of that nature, he's actually gonna, once he gets to that secluded area, he's going to try basically a wizard spell and see if he can finagle a way to feel out a way for him to use this spell, even though it's technically not on the innate list he has.
All right.
And the only reason why he has confidence in this is because technically, because of his interest of the main goal of finding if there's life after death, he does follow kind of two of the two of the main crowns, one being the crown that deals with the arcane, and one being the crown that deals with that.
All right. For this, roll an Arcana check with advantage.
Advantage. 21 is the
All right. You take a moment and you start thinking through the formula for this particular spell, and it seems to just resonate and kind of make sense to you. At a very minor degree, you are able to replicate the spell's effects. Which spell was it exactly that you were trying to go for?
summon undead.
All right. Nothing really seems to catch your attention, but there does seem to be what looks to be the half-eaten corpse of what looks to be a rat somewhere, and it just proceeds to then twitch slightly, and for about a minute or two reanimates and begins to eagerly sniff around and doesn't seem to be aware of the fact that it's actually dead.
We are amazed with our success and realize that we have succeeded in doing something that we should not have been able to do, and then begins to. Uh, mm, look into finding the material. After we do this, because we succeeded where we shouldn't have, we're going to go and we're going to look for the material that we need for the spell to make sure that next time the spell goes off the way we want it to. Because us raising this sort of putrid undead rat and it, being alive, quote unquote, by itself, was not the intended part of the spell, but is success in another way. So we
Mm-hmm.
realized, we are going to actually need the component for this spell. But wonderful. He takes notations and realizes he has to go get the spell, and then looking at the book again, realizes, oh, this is going to be a weird component to gain because of what the description says for the.
Mm-hmm.
And then out of character real quick for this summon undead. Uh, Apparently, Albert needs to find a gilded skull worth at least 300 GP.
Mm-hmm.
He does come after maybe 20 minutes, 30 minutes after the spell happening but going wrong, and realizing, yeah, the component is needed. He's going to come back into the tavern river, kind of muttering to himself about how expensive and unique the component is.
But yes, as far as the rat is concerned, it proceeded to run around for about 2, maybe 5 minutes tops, before seeming to slow down and then just fall over again.
Yep.
So something very small, more recently killed, as it looked like it was still kind of squishy, but nothing of the caliber of raising a zombie or raising a skeleton. But you had the minor effect to it. But
Mhm.
yeah, all in all, a success of one way or another.
Yep, 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 yep.
And Tyrrell and Misted, would you be using this downtime to be interested in that book?
Yes.
Tyrrell?
Yep.
Grabby paws, grabby paws.
All right. Um, as you're both kind of, pawning over this book and just kind of flipping through the pages, it becomes very apparent to Tyrrell and to Misted that this book is written in a code or a cipher of some kind. Um, both of you can roll, or one of you can roll with advantage. It is a straight intelligence check.
What would you prefer? Hero.
Hold on.
You both have a similar, or you both have the same modifier for your intelligence.
You're both slightly smarter than the average bear.
I was just checking if my linguist feat has anything to help me with that.
Not really. It seems to be written in Infernal and Common, but it is written
Yeah,
in
because it
code.
just says about. Yeah, and linguist says you learn code ciphers, yada yada, but it helps me write them, not decipher.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, it is a straight intelligence check if one of you wants to roll with advantage, or both of you want to try rolling.
You want to do individual rolls, or you want to roll with advantage?
I do not know. What do you think?
We'll do individual rolls as though they're both racking their brains.
Actually, let me check something real quick because I might have missed that.
Okay.
Are you referring to the linguist feat?
Yeah, did I ever up my intelligence from that? Because you get a +1 when you take it. I never knew that.
Question.
Yes, it
What
brings your intelligence
time
to
is
a
it?
13.
Okay, so my intelligence was originally 12.
The current time is about 2:15, 2:20 afternoon.
Okay. So not a lot of time's passed. Gotcha.
Not much.
I
After
got
all these
9.
checks is when the time is really going to pass. But yes, the linguist feat in itself, you did increase your intelligence score by 1, which brought your intelligence to a 13, which is still a +1.
Yeah,
You
I
did in
didn't mention
fact,
it was already 12.
yeah, you learned the 3 languages that you chose, and you can create the written cipher, and the intelligence check of your DC is to break your cipher. This is the intelligence check to break theirs.
Yeah, I got 19.
All right.
I got a
Chris.
17. 17 and a 19.
All right. So, you're both smarter than the average bear. And Misted, you are just as intelligent, it seems, as the Necromancer. And Tyrell, you are 2 stages ahead of the Necromancer. The DC was, in fact, 17.
Hmm.
So, this book, this damaged book that you recovered off of his body, with those 2 intelligence checks, you 2 are actually able to, like, on a side note or an extra, like a spare sheet of paper or what have you, you're actually able to write out a code breaking key to more easily, for anyone using it, can easily break this cipher and read what it says. And you do successfully do that. And this book is revealed to be a collection of meticulously made notes regarding various potion recipes. And these recipes include how to craft a potion of healing, a potion of fire resistance, a potion of cold resistance, a potion of poison resistance, something called a potion of radiance, a potion of speed, a potion of growth and diminution, a potion of climbing, the filter of love, an oil of depetrification, which you already know, an oil of slipperiness, and an oil of everburn. And they are very meticulously made notes and recipes of how to craft these things. You literally got his recipe book.
Recipes.
What's that, Robo?
I said I would write everything down, like the cipher, yada yada, and then I would put the book away for later after reading over it.
Alright. Make that note there. You did, in fact, help translate the Infernal for Elbrig as well. Elbrig, I'm sorry, I completely have... I remember, but I kind of forgot. Did you say that after you were done with all that, you were going to do the checks for the materials and components?
Mm-hmm.
Alright, and we will get to Nomad after this, okay? Alright, since you have the herbalism kit, I do not believe you have proficiency in it, but you do have the option to ask for help if you would like. Unless I'm incorrect and you do actually have proficiency.
No, I do not. No.
Alright. But you can ask for help regarding using the herbalism kit and whatnot, or you can make this check on your own, which is just a d20.
I just do it on my own. I don't really. No one else in the party is showing any herbalist interests. So.
All right, go ahead and roll a d20.
Oh, nice.
So looking at it, you kind of without having too much knowledge of of two particular components of this, what you can ascertain is that the sap that is in those vials uh, seems to be not really volatile, but when your hands are warm, it very quickly turns the sap warm. When exposed to colder air, it very quickly turns it cold. As for the flower that you have, which is not the maiden's hair, uh, even even like set apart, the bag itself just radiates a semblance of heat when you open it. As for the spools of what looks to be thread, uh, giving it kind of a
Oh,
tug.
we were just point out because he didn't have he doesn't have pressure and everything. He wasn't gonna do too much at once. He's literally spending his downtime focusing on just
Just
the
those
two
two.
different, the fireball flowers and the snake root sap because he knows, I don't have the proficiency, so better
Okay.
to focus on small numbers.
Okay. All right. You can repeat this check tomorrow if you would like.
Will do.
All right. But yeah, the sap looks to just kind of hot and cold, just kind of influences it a bit quickly. And as far as the flowers, they just give off radiating just warmth. And on that note, Nomad, go ahead and roll a d20 for me.
Just straight d20.
For this one, yeah, just a straight d20.
Let's see. 4.
Okay. Go ahead and roll a perception check for me.
Dirty 20.
All right. And on this list, that is not bad. Um, you hear rumors and talks of just the going about of the town, but some things that kind of pique your interest is the remaining mutters and whispers regarding, for one thing, it regards the unit of blood onyx that passed through a while ago on their way, as they said, to Silverscale. But they did not discuss, the reasons for going there, but that it was clear they were heading to Silverscale. But that's very few have actually returned, and seem to be more units are heading out there as the days go by. Aside from that, you do hear some whispers and rumors about how uh, Lawkeeper Dimnova has claimed full responsibility for curing the town's ailment and has taken it upon himself to credit himself fully and does not wish to speak on the funding for the actual town itself anymore.
Ah.
Aside from that, roll me one more perception check.
1 to 3.
You hear rumors from some of the blood onyx that are standing around. One of which more recently seems to have arrived, as they seem to have been stationed here from Abcassis. Makes note about how a particular wagon or caravan of wagons carrying prisoners and those to be tried in Abcassis seems to have been attacked, and no survivors seem to have been found.
Uh-oh.
But that there was no bodies to be found, and that there was even the rumor that there were a pair of Night Fang also guarding this caravan. But
Jeez.
that this individual doesn't hear anything else about it, but heard about it on their way through Timberfall. And that is all the rumors you have heard thus far.
Unsurprising. Some mildly interesting, some rather unsettling.
And yeah. Anything else? As all of these events probably took about, I'd say about 2 hours in total for everything. Excuse me. It is about 4 o'clock in the afternoon right now, and seeing from the sun, it's probably only got maybe 2, maybe 3 hours left before the sun sets.
Is that a question just for nobody or for all of us?
Sorry, what's that?
Is that a question just for Nomad or for all of us?
That's for everyone. Anything else
Oh.
you would like to do? This is, in fact, where Thrassel's Threads is for Elbrig's memory.
I mean, the only thing Misted's doing in particular at this point, with any extra time she has, is going to be scribbling in the journal.
Okay.
Scribbles and
Also,
little
I
things.
did, in fact, add Trinla's gift to your inventory,
Thank you.
and it is under its actual name.
Appreciate it.
Yep.
I'm gonna go get Francis.
All right, you're gonna head to Thrassel's.
Actually, real quick. Never mind. Yeah, I'm going to Thrassel's. Never mind.
All right. Anybody else doing anything, or are you all just settling in for the night, getting enough rest for the journey ahead?
Tyranny at some point would track down both orbs and spend some time with them in the room.
All right. And Nomad, anything else for you?
Not for the time being.
All right. And first up, we'll have Elbrig. You do travel back to Thrassel's Threads, and you are greeted by the same gnome as before. Very, very frazzled hair still, and seems to be muttering about something in the corner.
It's Fraxels or Thraxels?
Thrassel.
Him muttering, like, can I determine what the muttering is about?
Are you trying to sneak up to him and listen, or are you just trying to listen from a distance?
Listen from a distance.
All right. Do you have any boons or benefits towards that?
You do not.
All right. So it'll be just a straight perception roll.
Lovely, sir.
You can't quite make anything out as he is quite deep in that corner.
Gotcha. Okay. Can't hear anything. I just end up walking and say, my friend, I've returned.
He, like jumps a little bit and just, oh, it's welcome back. What? I see you've done well for yourself, and just kind of like notices that the clothes are a little bit dirty-ish. Hang on, what, honey? She's giving me shit. But then he just kind of, well,
Have you told her to not give you shit? I mean, if somebody walked up to me and offered me a pile of shit, I wouldn't want to get feces all over my hands. I would say no.
hey man, it's good fertilizer. But yeah, he just kind of looks at you and, what can I help you with today?
Um, uh, well, real quick, just because you seemed to be startled when I came in, and I noticed you kind of in a corner muttering, "Is everything okay?"
At this
You
question,
okay there?
he kind of just clams up a little bit and just kind of like looks around the store, and it's pretty well empty. I ordered some very expensive fabrics and threads, and it appears the shipment from Zerdo was lost, or so they say. They can't even apparently find the ship that I paid an extravagant amount of money for those materials, and it's just it's a fun it's fine. It's fine. I'm sure it'll be fine. It'll turn up. I hope.
I'm sure it will. I'm sure it will. Well, that makes this question a bit more awkward. Well, not super awkward, but seeing as you are a fine clothier, I've pointed to my present attire, which is it's. I did clean it, if you remember, when we
Hmm.
had that chance to take a bath. I did clean it,
Hmm.
so it's maybe a little rougher, but not necessarily dirty.
You
Uh,
are correct. My apologies.
that's right. Okay, I ain't no damn dirty peasant, you bitch. No, I'm kidding. um, Seeing as you are a fine clothier, I was wondering if you know the process of um, gilding, I believe it's called.
G-
Gilding?
gilding. Yes, it's to well submerge something in gold and to have it well coated in gold and other finer colors and gems and whatnots.
Mm-hmm. Do you perhaps know of anyone either in town or in if your contacts might reach that far in W Ixnum that would be able to do that?
I mean, Delvey Ixnam, oh goodness no. They're mainly focused on researching and studying, and not much in the way of processes, unfortunately. Although I do know, and again, like he does this like very little like quick look around. I do know of a fellow over in Ventures Cross. It's a nasty place, to be sure. Not a place you'll want to visit with a very heavy pocket, if one may be so bold. But should you carry sufficient amounts and speak to the right people, there's guaranteed to be someone there who has perhaps what you are seeking or the ability to make it.
On you said Ventures Cross, right?
Yes, it is. From Ashstone, the fastest way to it would be through Grey Plain. It's where the Law Hall of Grey Plain is at. It's to the northwest of Grey Plain Village.
Yeah, kind of not exactly on the way to where we're going, but oh well. Um, hmm, yes. I appreciate you letting me know this information. Um, oh, I actually on another note, do you have anything? Because I know the last time I came here, I got something for when it's colder and when it's warmer. Uh, do you have anything that would stand up well to sea travel?
Sea travel, yes, yes. Um, well, I have just the thing. You see him kind of scuttle off, and okay, yeah, he comes back with some very like lightweight, almost like a blouse type material, uh, and presents it to you. And well, it's not exactly watertight or resistant, but it will keep the sweat and heat off of you. If you would like, I can craft you something, and it'll be ready by the morning.
If you please, that one let's go with outfit worthy of sea travel because apparently in my near future we'll be doing just that. I thought I wouldn't be hitting the sea so soon after leaving it, but it is what it is. And also, if I could get uh, a nice pair of sturdy but stylish um, gloves. I realized that some of my adventuring requires me to touch things I shouldn't be touching with my bare skin. And I've also taken up some interest in some herbology and alchemy. So having a nice sturdy pair of gloves that are still good to wear out in public is a must-have.
If I may be so bold, where is it that you are traveling to?
I believe we're heading to Serpent's Calling eventually to find passage to a neutral zone, place that most people don't want to go.
You see him kind of think for a moment. Hang on, let's see if he kind of goes quiet for a time. Well, where you are going, if I am correct, is quite a journey away, and is also quite cold there. So you might be very well outfitted as you are, but I can most certainly make you something for the travel there, and I believe I can make something with sturdy but still fashionable to wear upon your hands. They shall be ready in the morning, and I'll go ahead and say for the cost of this will be a mere 15 gold.
All right, wonderful. I will be back in the morning to pick them up, and here is, because I trust you, the 15 gold.
All
And I
right.
will take out 15 gold pieces and hand them over.
You see him nod, and I shall get to work immediately. And he scuttles off towards his little workshop in the back.
Uh, for being in Ashstone once or twice here, do I? What other shops were there that were of maybe some interest?
There is what looks to be the remnants of the bookstore. They used to be Vormit books. It is completely abandoned, and does not seem anyone has snatched up the property just yet. There does, aside from the tavern, the closed down bookstore, and Thrastle's Threads, there does look to be a blacksmith shop. But since the time that you've been here and your previous conversation with Thrastle, um, you don't see anyone there, and it looks like it has not been used in quite a good while. Aside from that, there is the occasional general goods store, which looks to be a little bit further out on town's edge, leading towards Serpent's Calling, but it's quite distinct. It's a little bit run down looking, but all in all looks sturdy. And the sign for it has long since fallen off, disappeared, or been stolen. So there's just a metal rod jutting out from the top of the doorway.
Hmm. Okay, I've done what I need to do. I will head back to the end.
All right. And Tyrell, you said you were going to be spending time with the orbs.
Yes.
All right. Which one in particular goes first?
Um, Probably the yellow one again,
The yellow one.
or whatever color this new one is.
White.
White. Yeah. I
As
don't know
you,
why I was thinking.
I don't know why you're thinking yellow either. Probably because happy.
Yeah, probably. That's what associated with it.
But yeah, as you hold it and kind of focus on it, you are brought back to the same exact phrases. and the same exact sensation and feelings.
And it doesn't last longer or change?
No.
Alright. I put that one off to the side and try the old one.
The Black Orb.
Yep, the black.
The effect is not as immediate as the first time you ever encountered it or touched it,
Mhm.
but eventually you kind of feel yourself pulled into it again. And again, it's that same darkness, and you feel yourself not even restrained anymore,
Mhm.
but you get a sense of fury and frustration and maybe a touch of confusion.
Oh?
And the original words were, "You just can't stay away, can you?"
Mhm.
This time you hear a much more dangerous tone, venomous almost,
Hmm.
as the familiar voice that you have heard now many times spits out a scathing comment of, "I'm not the one that killed him. You are."
Does it seem directed at me?
It seems directed at something or someone.
Do I hear anything in response?
No. The
Uh,
darkness just is almost suffocating at this point, and the tighter it seems to squeeze around you, the angrier you feel yourself become.
Hmm.
And then you feel yourself pulled out of it again.
Alright. I would say the only other thing Tiro would try is what happens if he holds both of them at once.
You're holding both the balls.
Yep. I'm just trying to concentrate.
Also, nice.
I gotta remember what that is. Everything flopped on me. Hold on.
No, Nomad, you really should not be letting this man hold both.
Oh no, he's holding both.
I blame you.
Nomad's not here to stop me.
Uh,
Well, I know, but I blame him.
that touch is very particularly the number 7 is quite fitting to the Black Orb.
Yeah.
But no, as you're holding both,
Mhm.
you feel like you are still missing a piece of you. Like you feel this happiness from one and joy and just comfort and almost like a lover's embrace. And from the other, it is the pain, fury, frustration, anger, and just deep, fathomless sadness and
Mhm.
grief. But you feel like that these are pieces and something is still missing.
Okay.
But with the both of them together, you aren't given any new visions, but you get this sense that it's a piece is missing.
Would Tiro be able to discern that it might work if the third one was present?
That's up to Tyrell.
I'd say he'd get that feeling. Or just for the hell of it, he'd try pulling out the little stone.
Okay. Is he going to place them between the two orbs?
Yeah.
All right, you take 12d. I'm just kidding.
How much is 12d20 of damage? Depends.
Well, it's anywhere from 12 to 240.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
You'll just watch Tyrell explode. It's okay.
I think on average it's about like 140 or something.
Yeah, he crossed the streams, man. You don't do that.
Never cross.
Ray, when somebody asks you if you're God, you say yes!
Yeah, Tyrrell. But adding this third smaller stone into the group does not seem to affect it.
Okay.
This seems completely unrelated to the two.
Gotcha. Well, then I'd just put the 2 orbs away until whoever was holding them returns, and would probably sit there with the said waystone for a bit, seeing if I still can't connect anything with it.
As hard as you try, you can't.
Mhm.
You can't pull yourself to the other realm, although you do hear discordant whispers enter into your head.
Hmm.
And since you now know this language, it begins to repeat the word freedom.
Hmm.
But other than that, it is hushed whispers and murmurs that seem to be coming from everywhere and yet nowhere.
Okay. What language were they in, by chance?
The ninth individual in there that was speaking in the one language you did not know originally.
Oh, okay. I gotcha.
Alright, so,
Oh.
anything else?
No, I think that'd be all.
Alright. Anything else for anyone else?
Nope, I'm good.
Misted's fucking hungry, man.
Okay. Well, eat your food then.
Listen, I said Misted. I didn't say anything about Frosty.
Again, go ahead and eat your food. It'll only cost
Okay.
you 5 copper.
Delicious. Misted's gonna be at that minute.
Alright. So I assume that the rest of the night will be passed recovering and tending to your various needs. Eating, drinking, reading, note-taking, drawing, and sleeping. And for one particular individual, wandering about. And for that one individual, if you would like to, you may roll a new d20 and a perception check afterwards. Alright, and if you would like, you can roll a perception check after that. Alright, so I see the 13. And that is +4, correct? So that's 17. Okay. Going about, you don't see anyone particularly out and about as you are going about your rounds. Although you do see someone leaving the law hall late at night. And they seem to be running off towards some cordon outside of the walls of Ashstone. And should you choose, you may pursue. Which now you may announce whether you wish to pursue or not.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and just say it. Nomad, having read all of the books that he has and having finished writing in his journal for the day, decides fairly late in the evening to just take a little walk, check on the wagon. And as he does so, he sees this and is going to kind of look at the inn and at the cart, at the horses, and back in the direction of this individual suspiciously running out of the law hall, and would figure, I have nothing else to do, and not really make heated pursuit, but sort of mosey on in that direction.
All right. As you approach closer, go ahead and roll an actual like full perception check for me. You are the epitome of stealth. You are blended into the shadows, and the world is no. You are not very stealthy, and the shifting of the stone beneath your foot is rather audible even to you.
Mhm.
But you do manage to kind of notice them turn and look about on the other side of the wall before slowly wandering into what looks to be some kind of stone.
A stone?
A stone.
Like a boulder?
Yes.
Is it a nice boulder?
Um, it's a bit misshapen, but otherwise, yeah.
Can I roll to see whether or not I like this boulder?
Roll a d20. It's a nice boulder.
That's a nice boulder. I like that boulder. Alright. Nomad. Not yet thinking that this seems dangerous at all. Would think it curious and would walk over and examine this boulder.
Okay. Go ahead and make an investigation check.
Dirty 20.
It seems to be a legitimate stone. Seems to be. There does feel, as you're kind of looking around and like checking it over and kind of just trying to figure out and put two to two together with what's all happened here, you notice that the entire surface around it feels solid.
During this, and then remembering an experience not too long ago, Nomad is going to attempt to reach out and touch the boulder.
It seems solid all the way around.
Hmm. And the ground around it is also solid all the way around?
Seems to be.
Are there any... Hmm. Does it seem as if it could be moved, or is it legitimately just a heavy, big ol' rock?
It's a big fuck off rock.
Are there any distinguishing features other than being a big fuck off rock?
It's kind of pointy at the top.
Pointy at the top.
Yeah, a little bit pointy at the top. Anything else?
Hmm.
In fact, Nomad cannot smell what the rock is cooking.
It's probably because Nomad doesn't have olfactory nerves.
Or a nose.
That too. Can I roll to seduce the boulder? No. We're not doing that.
Whatever you say, Iron Man.
It doesn't
Perhaps you
seem
could.
as if there's... So around the edge of the boulder, like where it meets the ground, does it seem as if there's any, like, crevices, cracks, niches?
It looks a bit narrow at the bottom.
The boulder?
Yeah, it's odd. Like, physics-wise, it's odd. But it's seemingly staying upright.
Does it look, physics-wise, as if it would be reasonable to attempt to topple it with a reasonable amount of force?
You could try.
Nomad will sort of put his shoulder up against the boulder and give it a good old shove.
Athletics check.
Oh boy, we have a +0. I can't see what that was. It was an 18.
18.
Wait, why is that athletic instead of a strength check? I'm confused.
Athletics is a strength-based skill that is used for grappling, climbing, lifting heavy objects, stuff like that.
Oh, okay.
In this case, he's shoulder up and... But, yeah, you plant your shoulder into it, and you give it a good old 1-2 huff. And it moves a bit. But nothing strange seems to happen.
So this thing, so it didn't topple,
No.
it scooched.
More like it's slightly leaning now. It's a pretty big fuck off boulder.
Like, how big are we talking?
Probably about 10 feet, 15 feet.
Oh, damn.
But it really has a really nice point at the top. It's nice. It's a
Double
nice
that size
boulder.
boulder.
Nice point. From where I was standing when this individual vanished, did I see if they just sort of ducked behind the boulder, or if they, like, seemingly entered it at a specific angle?
With an 8, it just seemed like they walked at the stone.
Hmm.
And then they were just gone.
I guess that since the point has captured Nomad's attention, he's going to take a gander at the tippy top, pointed top of it.
It seems to be pointing northwest, but more towards the north. But other than that, it's a very nice point.
Which gate is this outside of?
This is outside of the eastern gate. The one you guys originally came through when traveling from Serpent's Calling.
The one that we plan to continue through on our way. Um, the last ditch effort, I suppose Nomad would sort of glance at the surrounding ground and area to see if there are any tracks that may indicate exactly where this individual went.
I believe that would be a survival check. Well, that's a 5. It's such a nice boulder. And also, what might have been tracks has been completely encompassed by your own footsteps and
I have kind of just been
skid mark.
swamping around here.
Yeah, a little bit of skid mark from when you push the boulder. But nothing really sticks out to you. Anything else?
Well, not really think not really having any other avenue to go with this boulder. Nomad will Mark it down as a strange occurrence and perhaps think about glancing over it in the morning when we pass through.
Okay.
And we'll return to the inn.
All right. And I believe that will be to the next morning for you all. And morning finds you all on the 10th of Seedfall.
Excuse me, sir. You don't understand. I must go get my fish and milk.
Okay, do so.
And Mist is going to tromp off and go get breakfast. Where are my party peeps at, ho? Oh no, the boulder got them in their sleep.
Naturally.
I mean,
That's
nothing-
one way of saying it.
like, you could count that as natural causes. I mean, what's more natural than a boulder?
And as the next morning greets
Not
you
gonna
all,
lie, that boulder did not seem natural to me.
it was really pointy.
What are you talking about? Pitch at at the boulder. It's a very big boulder.
All right. And as the morning greets you, the fog has lifted from the surrounding area, and it is just more cloudy now today, but is more mild in its temperature. And it is about 9 o'clock in the morning at this point. So, what are you all doing?
Assuming that there are no early morning shenanigans, Nomad would proceed downstairs and absent-mindedly open up one of the books he has with him and just thumb through it, glancing over all the pages he has already thumbed through before about 18 times.
Okay. Excuse me.
Tyrrell would be acquiring beer and food.
As one
Of
does.
course.
Don't get a DUI, Terrell.
All right.
Oh, he gonna do it.
Albrecht,
Mm-hmm.
are you going to acquire your new outfit?
Yep. I could give him some extra time. I'm not like going over immediately as I wake up.
All right.
Take the breakfast and spend maybe an hour or two trying to once again figure out what the sap and the firebell do. If I can make that roll now. Yeah.
Yep, yep.
Get a D20. Are you? Spit actually makes no difference. It's the same either way. Never mind. Pitsy.
All right. That'll do it. You do discover that the snake root sap, uh, observing it and kind of messing with it a little bit more, you realize that this could be used to make resistance type potions. As it seems that the nature of this sap is that it takes on the properties of other elements introduced to it. As for the firebell flower, you pan through like some other books that you have available from the herbalism kit itself, as well as some smaller notes and pages from Trinla's bestiary, and you find that the firebell flower is used to create things like potions and oils related to heat, cold, and fire. It is relatively found in relative abundance during the spring time and in great abundance during the summertime in both Sanur and Silavur. And that the firebell flower itself can be used to make such things as potion of fire resistance and a potion of cold resistance. And aside from that is also a component in something called an alchemist's fire.
All right, cool.
Yep.
Yes, so we do that. Figure that out. Take down our patron, and then go off to retrieve our gear.
All right, so you head off to go see Thrastle.
What a thrasshole.
And rocks fall from the ceiling and kill Nomad.
Understandable.
Speaking of anyone else, got anything they're doing in the morning before this goes?
Perhaps mourning the death of your friend Nomad, who just died from rocks falling from the ceiling?
You know, in a completely wood-built building.
It makes sense. It happens from time to time.
I'm just saying, natural causes, man.
Yeah, man, meteor swarm. Can never predict it.
Honestly.
He messed with one too many boulders.
Yeah. That's his children.
Indeed. Well, Misted's going to want to take a walk about the town, a very brief walk in the morning. Nothing crazy. Just go check out the town. Definitely going to stop by what used to be the bookstore.
Hmm.
Question for you: is the sign still hanging there?
The sign seems to have been removed.
It's been.
It seems she packed it up and took it with her. Or so you can assume.
We can assume. We can hope.
You can hope. Although,
And then
out
after
and
that,
about on this trek, you would in fact see, because you'll be meandering for a bit, I'm assuming. You would in fact see Elbrig, making his way. Making his way to what looks to be a tailor and clothier.
do I see anybody else milling about?
I mean, looks to be Elbrig and the just occasional townsfolk going about their day.
Well, depending on what time I spotted this man, I'm gonna go bother Elbrick. Making my way to mid.
All right, Tyrell, anything else?
Nope, not that I can think of.
All right. And Elbrig, as you are making your way to Thrastle's, you do see Misted come bounding up to you.
Good morning, Elbrig.
Hold on. What
Good morning.
are you doing here, Thrasus?
I was going for a walk, and I got bored, and I saw you.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna grab a snack.
Okay.
Okay. Actually, Miss, now that you're here, as a question, um, you are you are a cleric, as far as I know, right? Or what we call a cleric. You serve a god; it gives you power and.
Yeah, that would be the correct assumption.
What is the god that you serve?
Which crown?
You know what I
Miss
mean. Same thing.
Misted's going to floof her tail and bring it up in front of Elbrig's face and make sure that he can very well see the little tail bangle. And she's
Well,
just going to smile.
And
which crown is it, Misted?
It's Easter, but I wasn't going to say that. I was just going to wait for Elbrick to say it.
You have to tell me what's on the language.
Yeah, you gotta tell them what it looks like. Otherwise, it just, you're showing off your butt cover jewelry.
You know, I don't know why on earth I feel like that's a description anyone else would have read. Apologies. It is a pretty little blue and white cloth bangle with a little metal bead on it. With the mask of the Crown of Aster as the bead.
You mean the Crown of Knowledge?
Yes.
Not the Crown of Aster?
Shut the fuck up.
Okay, wonderful. Yeah, so good. And as far as I know, and I know much. I myself um have access to some of the divine or divinity or whatever you want to call it power that the crowns can give their followers. But I also know that those who are in their service and have gone to the calling cleric normally get some type of boon or special you or unique ability that they bestow upon them. Do you know what yours is?
I assume that you're asking what it is and not do I know what it is.
Yes, what it is. When you channel the might of the crown through yourself, what ability does that give?
Well, see, that's an interesting question. It's not that it gives me an ability. It's that it gives me the ability to learn to do a new thing. Temporarily, anyway. I I can't say that I've done it terribly much.
So it
But I've
gives you the
always been
ability to learn something new temporarily.
temporarily.
When you
Like if I
say,
needed.
sorry.
Oh, sorry. Like, say, for example, I was in desperate need of using a tool, and there was no one around who could show me how to use that tool. The crown would be gracious enough to lend me their knowledge of it, so I could get the task done,
Oh,
or at least a
wait.
generalized knowledge of it.
If this is true, that and you can see like the gears begin to turn behind his eyes. The brain's turning away. It's like that just means you could at least moderately so many. What are you doing right now
Misted's just. Hang on, are you asking Mister? Are you asking me what Misted's doing?
again? Mister. I'm literally asking Mister. Elbrig is asking.
What do you mean? What am I doing? I told you I went for a walk and I saw you.
Right. So you don't have any other plans as of right
No. Did you have something in mind?
now. Well, since you have this ability to learn, or at least the ability, your crown can impart to you the knowledge you need to perform various tasks with various tools. I mean, we have. I don't have no like I'm only just beginning my foray into the know-how when it comes to using the herbalist and alchemist kit. Primla has just given us all the stuff we took from the necromancer's kind of laboratory, and we have a few different interesting items from said laboratory. Since you can be in part of a knowledge, and it's expensive to do this otherwise, I think we might have what we need to make potions, at least of minor healing. And I just realized that I have two ingredients taken from the necromancer's lab that are used to make interesting potions and a sort of alchemist are. Perhaps you could channel your power there, and with the items I have, and let's set up the stuff we have at the tavern, and let's brew like something useful for us in the party, such as potions of healing, or maybe resistance potions.
That'll be exciting. I've never done that before.
By the way, speaking of which, the alchemist supplies could actually be set up in the wagon.
Ooh,
Which again, they're gonna appreciate that much more because then we'll have
Yep.
to smell up the entire tavern. Okay, wonderful. So, oh, like as you say this, and his wheels are still turning. It's how we've wasted so much. Yeah, he's like he just paused and it's just like his face kind of droops and his shoulders sag as we've been on this journey for like what 2-3 weeks since I met you or something like that.
Something about.
It's like so much time has just been wasted, and then we wouldn't have had.
Mista's just going to
Mister,
tilt her head a little with the big dopey grin and
did
nod
we ever? Did we
as though
ever?
she understands.
Since we're and he's like he switches topics. Since we've become kind of an official party now, we set out on this journey together. We're gonna go take care of these orbs and everything like that. Have we ever thought about making a group fund? Like, I know we've gathered some coin here and there, but have we thought about like when we do find coin, dividing up so that we have a party fund or a party share?
I can't say that I can't say that we have, not unless the others have been doing that.
That's I think we should do that because since you have this power that lets you at least become somewhat proficient with tools you may not exactly have proficiency with. To be honest, you're a multi tool. You are a living multi tool with that ability.
Misted's going to do the the classic cringy paw behind the head, rubbing the fluff, and the smile now becomes nearly pained. Well, I did say I haven't done it terribly much, so I can't promise what I am and am not good at. But I'm
I
certainly
need
willing to try.
yes. I'm going to retrieve the things I need from Thrasel here, and then you and me are going to explore this power together because we have wasted a lot of time not using you to the fullest amount of your ability.
A shaved little tail straight down, just bloop.
We're to duck inside, grab what I'm coming, and then we're going back to the cart, and we're going to make sure we use you to the fullest amount that you could possibly use, so that we all come out of this alive and well.
All right.
Picture this, boy. Picture this, if you will. Giant 7-foot cat, looking like a chaste little kitten, with a tiny, tiny man stepping away from her as though he's the biggest bully in the entire world.
I like literally just backing to the store, finger pointed at you. Don't you go anywhere, or we'll be right back. And turn around, come to the store. Thrasmo, I need my things. I have things to do.
You see, Thrasel comes, scuttling out, and in his hands, he has a very nicely made pair of leather gloves that has extra padding on the fingertips and the pads of the actual palm are just for better grip and a little bit extra protection from things that could be pointy, pokey, stabby. But they are very well made. They fit very well, as they usually do. And the actual wardrobe that he has prepared and crafted is very similar to, speaking to Quinn here for reference and knowledge, basically the seafaring deckhands type attire, but with just a little flourish of like maybe the bosun or maybe like a quartermaster esque type flair to it.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just the very, very plain, like, bloused shirt, along with little bits of, like, strips of, what looks to be like ribbon or cloth, like colored ribbon and cloth. It's, it's very nice, very comfortable, very lightweight, very breathable.
Wonderful. I tell him of my appreciation. I'm actually going to give him a nice 5 silver tip.
He accepts it graciously.
Expediency.
And he nods. Always happy to help a return customer.
Mhm. Oh, also, just in case you can do this, I've learned things about things and it has scattered my mind. And this may be a weird request, but I pointed at Samson, who's followed me in here. This is Samson.
Yes, I recall. Hello again.
Yes. Uh, seeing as you are clothier and leather of a great wonderment, as I like wiggle the gloves and everything has turned out so sturdy and stuff. Could you perhaps also can I also commission from you a saddle and saddlebags for Samson?
That would take me quite some time to actually craft, but for
Or if you,
a reasonable sum, I might be able to work something out. Yes.
and out of character, we're leaving today, right?
Yes, I would assume you guys are leaving today.
Elbert goes, crap, I forgot, we're leaving today. You wouldn't be able to whip up something very quickly, would you?
I've something of this. Well, he's not exactly the size of a horse, and not exactly, smaller than, say, a mule, but it would have to be custom made. I'm sorry.
I'll have to come back next time.
I, if you return, I shall have one prepared for you if you would like.
You know, yes, go ahead and make a saddle and saddlebags to the best of your ability and have it on layaway. Either myself or someone I pay to pick it up will be by soon enough to pick it up.
All right. And before you manage to leave, he does in fact go and begin measuring Samson, and he kind of looks at you and he's not going to get much bigger, is he?
He shouldn't. If he does, that'll be a surprise to me. He
Wonderful,
is fully grown.
wonderful, wonderful. Yes. And again, continues to measure Samson out and makes all his measurements, jots down some notes, and I will I will work on it post haste.
Appreciate it. And then I grab myself and run back out, uh, grab Mrs. hand, and we troop on back to the carriage and begin setting up everything so that we can get to this process that should have been done so very long ago. If I had only known. And like literally, as I'm setting up, there's the cry of "If I had only known."
All right. So you guys are getting set up to leave and depart, and it looks like Misted will be riding in the wagon for this duration.
Indeed.
So that would leave Tyrell and Nomad. One or both of you could be on the front, or would need to be on the front to drive.
Since apparently Misted's quite preoccupied.
Indeed.
Rolls again, or did you want to thing the advantages?
I mean, it depends. Like, you guys can either just have Tyrell driving, you could just have Nomad driving, you could have Tyrell and Nomad up there.
Preferably second person.
All right, choice is yours.
Nomad doesn't mind riding shotgun.
Okay.
All right, and you guys have prepared and ready to go.
Yes. I do believe.
Just so you are aware, it will in fact be a 3-day journey from Ashstone to Serpent's Calling. If you pass through Silverscale, like actually pass the route through, that'll knock it down to about 2.5 days, roughly. But if you take the path to go around Silverscale, it will take about 3 days. And the actual diverging path between the two appears just shortly outside of Ashstone, just down the road.
Okay.
So it would be up to you all, to the ones driving, and of any input from the others as to which
Is
route
that
you're going to take.
is that something that we know from previous experience, or is it something that we know thanks to a map that we were given?
A little bit of both.
Nomad would like open the map and read it for a bit and ponder and say, "Let's take the path through Silverscale, but plan to go through pretty quickly."
All right. Are you going at a comfortable, like very comfortable medium to slow pace, or are you going with a bit of a hurry? It'll still be stable and it'll still be a comfortable ride, but it'll cut some time off if you go at a medium fast kind of pace.
Let's go at a medium fast kind of pace.
All right. And either Tiro can roll perception with advantage, or you can both roll a perception check.
I rolled one. I'll let him roll the other. I got a dirty 20 on my.
Good thing you did, because I got a 10.
That's because you're going inert for a time, aren't you?
Mm-hmm. I will ask, as we leave Ashstone, Nomad's going to just glance over it where he knows the boulder to be.
Boulder's still there. Still kind of leaning.
Any distinguishing changes from last night?
No, looks the same.
Weird.
Very.
Well, completely ignoring that and forgetting it completely because he has more important things to attend to, Nomad is going to pretend that that the events of last night never happened unless they come back to haunt him.
As they will. I mean, what? Okay. So as your journey presses on, you will be at a medium fast pace. Hang on, I'm crunching numbers here. And you are passing through Silverscale, right?
Yep.
All right. It is a 1.5 days ride at a medium slow pace for these particular horses. I've had to redo all my math, by the way. So it's 1.5 days. So yeah, at this pace, nightfall will reach you. Let's see. Hang on, I'm doing more math because that all took roughly about 2 hours, meaning you departed at 11 in the morning, and it would be about 8 o'clock at night as nightfall reaches you. When you start to begin to actually see the outskirts of Silverscale. And nightfall is very much encroaching, and it's probably about another 6-7 hour ride before you actually get into Silverscale. Which that'll put you about right there.
On my way. On my way.
So you
Do
guys can
not
make the
begin
choice
that.
to stop here for the night or continuing to stop in Silverscale.
Misted doesn't want to stay there overnight.
Yeah, recalling the experience from last time, Nomad says, "Let's stop here for the night."
All right, so you are going to travel just a little bit further and then stop, or just stop here?
Here.
All right, so you're going to pull off the road there. It is 8 o'clock at night. as the sun has finally fully set now, by the way. It's at 8 o'clock, because the sun sets around 7:30, 6:30, 7:30-ish, somewhere in that time frame. And again, it is a rather cloudy night, but the clouds seem to be dispersing. And there's a moderate northern breeze blowing through, if anyone cared to know that much.
From the
And,
north or to the north?
Towards the north.
Okay.
It makes a difference, clearly.
It really does, though.
I'm going to say, Nomad is going to be staying up the whole night, I assume, to keep watch, correct? Who is going to be spending the first watch with Nomad?
I'm on it.
All right. Go ahead and the two of you roll perception checks or one roll with advantage.
Oh.
I have a +6, pal. Do you want to roll with advantage, or do you want me to roll?
Go ahead and roll.
22.
All right. And as the two of you, proceed to keep watch and go about wandering about various activities for the night as everyone else has set up camp and has begun resting, you do notice something is flying far overhead.
Define what we notice, please.
It looks to have wings.
Oh,
And
excellent.
it looks to be possibly in the large category.
Is it flying with purpose, or just kind of lazy flying?
It seems to be circling overhead.
Ah, delightful.
And with
Would-
that, we're going to take a short 5-minute break.
Okay, good.
Give you guys some time to think about stuff.
I ever tell you
If
guys our
only I had known.
Oh, no. I ever tell you guys our DM's a whore?
And as we return, you and, well, Misted and Nomad have just spotted something circling in the sky above you. So, what do you do?
How far is it from us, does it look like?
Rough guesstimation, it's probably about 80 feet up.
Oh, so not that far at all. Um, from what we can see,
Hmm.
would Nomad be able to identify exactly what this uh, aerial creature is based on the short time he spent studying bestiaries in Delhi Ixnam?
Does not look like anything of that nature. In fact, something very odd about it is that the wings seem to be coming from further towards the back end of it. And they are quite large.
But I'm assuming it's flying entirely too high up for us to get a real good look at it.
It's about 80 feet above you.
So, honestly, not even that far at all.
By like typical standards, no. But for like visual standards, it's late at night. The moon is just barely coming up. It's kind of far. Kind of hard to see. But you both rolled, 20 or above.
Nomad is
Hmm.
going to not know exactly what this is, but you said it's circling, correct?
Mhm.
Is it circling us?
Seems to be.
Nomad is going to be wary and ready for combat if need be.
Hmm.
It is going to be prepared to cast a spell should it attempt to. Should it appear to be coming down to attack.
Okay, what spell?
Shatter.
Why would you do these things?
Okay. Missed it.
One moment, please. Misted is going to ready guiding bolt because if we make that motherfucker glow, how will we ever not hit it? Right? Right.
You aren't
Sure.
wrong.
Um. I have a question.
Okay.
For the party, because we set up camp, right? I assume we're not just sleeping in the covered wagon. Did anybody think to make a fire?
Did
Because
you
we
make a
have one
fire?
of those. I didn't. Did anybody else think that they made a fire?
Tyrell, Albrecht.
Yep. Because remember, we were supposed to be brewing, so yes.
Albrecht says that
If
you
one,
guys had set up a fire.
hey Nomad,
He would
I'm
he would still be looking up at the creature, but say, "Yes,
keep an eye on that. I'm putting the fire out.
understood." And he has literally not turned his head or body at all. But he's got his shield out, and you can see that he's got his hand in like the pose to start doing something.
Okay, Misted's gonna dump dirt on the fire
Okay.
and sit
Fire
and
goes out.
watch.
And with the fire gone and the smoke kind of dissipating and clearing out, anything else you guys do? As Tyrell and Albrecht would have most likely at this point bedded down for the night until it came time for their watch.
Nope, Mister just hanging on to that their guiding bolt, just waiting.
Okay. It circles around you all for probably the next 30 minutes, and though not immediately apparent, it is slowly but surely getting closer.
And we notice after a time that it is getting closer.
Yeah, after about 30 minutes, it seems to now be about 60 feet away, and is still giving a rather wide circle.
Nomad has not stopped watching it. He is still primed and ready.
Okay. Misted, anything else?
I'm assuming its circling is a very predatory motion, yeah?
Or observational, but yeah.
And when you say it's gotten closer, how much closer would you say?
It has gotten 20 feet closer.
So it's now at 60.
Yes.
Um, so we established that dark vision does not mean you have perfect vision in the dark. It just means you see better than other people in the dark, correct?
You see in grayscale, and objects that are in this grayscale are kind
It
of
is
blurry.
essentially night vision in the most classical sense.
It is the idea of grayscale, and objects and whatnot that you see are kind of blurry and don't have much detail to them.
You've seen classical recordings in with night vision enabled where it's like it's green and very grainy and kind of hard to distinguish features and stuff, but you can still see objects.
Yeah.
It's like that.
But grayscale.
Yes. Nomad, fun fact, does not have dark vision.
He just has special eyes.
He has special eyes.
His brand.
His brand.
Well, I'm assuming that 20 feet wouldn't have made a difference to make a perception check to know a little bit more about it.
Go ahead and roll. Nomad is too fixated on the trajectory and the pattern and the rhythm of its rotation. Miss, did you notice that these are feathered wings? And that the coloration of these wings and this individual seems to kind of blend into the night sky.
But does it look more animal or humanoid?
Looks a bit more humanoid.
Hey, Nomad. Hey, Nomad. That ain't no bird.
Nomad kind of says, I assumed that from the position of its wings.
I think it's a dude with wings, my dude.
He kind of pauses for a second and does the slightest head turn towards you while still keeping his line of sight on the thing and then says, what is a dude?
Well, you know, he's a dude, she's a dude, I'm a dude, you're a dude, we're all dudes.
He does not say anything or move.
He's over my shit already, alright.
Oh, I'm glad we had that laugh because it suddenly descends very quickly.
Aggressively?
I don't know. Can you discern aggression from rapid?
Sure can't, but guess what I can do?
What can you do?
Zap!
Go ahead. Roll to hit.
25.
Alright. Nomad.
Nomad is going to hold off on casting that spell for now to see whether or not, because he sees Misty cast the spell and decides to see what happens first.
Alright. It hits. Roll damage.
21.
Alright. You hear a very distinctly effeminate yelp of pain. and then the creature seems to recover and is now covered in these sparkling, glittering, glowing runes and sigils and glyphs, and promptly does a mid-air maneuver and comes crashing down feet first on just the edge of the where you guys have made camp, and is kind of almost superhero landing, but is more or less just crouched. And you now see that this wingspan, as the wings stretch out, this is a wingspan of about 20 feet.
That's big.
Why it's so big, bruh?
And now with the glittering, glowing effects illuminating the visage, you now realize that these wings are black with a bluish sheen, which imitates and is identical to the same coloration as their hair, which now hangs very, very long and in very slight waves from the top of their head.
About what size is this person?
Waiting for a few more moments, this individual then stands completely upright and stands to probably be somewhere around 8 feet tall.
Oh,
Kitty say nope, nope.
But looks to be very much female.
Yeah.
Nomad is going to choose not to go with his classical response to encountering new things and is going to instead say, identify yourself.
And you see her kind of flex the shoulders a little bit and rotate one. You know, that wasn't very nice of you.
Nomad kind of just glances over at Misted and back towards this individual and says, we are in the middle of the wilderness. There was an unidentified creature circling our camp.
And you see this individual then begin to slowly step forward. Unidentified, yes, for apparently the last few thousand years. And as they step closer and into the moonlight, you see that they are wearing a very long, almost like battle-ready dress with what looks to be leather armor over it. And this armor and this particular dress is black with blue threads up the side, and the actual armor itself is black with a red insignia on it. Something that Nomad is oddly familiar with.
The Blood Onyx?
Or older.
Huh?
Or older.
History check?
Intelligence check.
Go, +1! 10.
I mean, that's a save, not a check.
Ow.
You took the wrong thing.
Same exact thing. It's very, very distinguishable. And Nomad, racking his brain, remembers the journey from Zerdo to Venaru as to where he has seen something similar to this before.
Would Misted have recognized it?
Probably not.
Hmm. What do you see with your special eyes?
Ah. I assume then that this is the insignia that I saw which Madras had?
Negative.
Oh,
That this particular outfit, though, looks like a much more older, more tribal type of design to this symbol, this insignia, is reminiscent of someone that gave you passage
hmm.
from Zerdo to Venaru. In fact, you spent quite a bit of time aboard their ship.
Pondering that nugget, Nomad would say... Nomad would kind of think for another few minutes and then kind of look at Misted and sort of just catch her attention, then sort of nod over towards this individual.
Listen, Misted's going to cock her head because she didn't quite understand what the direction was. She did not understand the assignment.
That's fine.
Nomad is going to, like,
However,
sort of say, you might want to apologize.
And you see the individual just, oh, no. It was a good hit. As she then proceeds to walk over to where Tyrrell is sleeping and proceeds to rear back and kick him in the ass.
you know what? At this point, Misted does not care. This woman can do whatever the hell she wants.
So, Tyrrell, you have just been kicked in the ass. Oh no,
Oh
Tyrrell's
no,
dead.
she kicked him so hard he's dead.
He did.
Shit.
He's dead, Jim.
You go, dude.
Andrew, did you die? Damn it, Andrew.
Listen, a pretty
now,
woman kicked him in the ass.
For the most famous bands and musical stars from Bugland.
Please no.
Durant.
Oh dear God, no.
No.
Michael Jack Stung.
Hang on. By the way, with the impact conversation and whatnot going on Elbrig, you would have also been awoken by this, as it was not exactly quiet.
You mean to say that my zap zap was noisy?
She hit the ground pretty hard.
No.
Why did the bee go to the doctor?
Looking out of the cart, probably just like the one eye peeking out, trying to see who.
It had hives.
Anyways, so yes, Elbrig, what you do see is a roughly 8-foot tall woman with a wingspan of about 20 feet. Land is covered in glittery sparkles that slowly fade as the spell's effects fade away. Not exactly introduce herself, but then proceeds to walk over and kick Tyrrell in the ass.
Misted is chuckling to
Mm.
the point where even if that didn't wake Tyrrell, the sheer volume of her laughter probably would have.
Apparently Tyrrell's just dead.
He really is. Maybe I should go spare the dying. He might be bleeding out his anus.
That we kind
For
of
the
just
love of all that is good and holy, my anus is bleeding!
Oh, good lord, you two.
It's Tyrrell's
You've
fault.
seen it.
I know. But yes, Elbrig.
yeah. We're just we're gonna stay in the car, keep an eye out. We're not coming out of it.
Okay. But yes, this individual is repeatedly like jabbing Tyrrell in the ass with her foot. Until he will eventually wake up and return to us.
Okay. At this point, Misted simply can't take it anymore. Her sides are splitting. Her face hurts. Like it's too much. So Misted's going to walk up and hold a hand out, unable to speak and laughing like a dying seal, and gesture for her to stop kicking the man in the ass.
Or.
Indeed, and gesture for her to cut the shit.
The individual turns around, and There's something very particular about her eyes.
What do I see in the pretty peepers?
They are oddly opalescent in their glow.
Stay right there. And Misted is going to go get the sketch pad.
Okay.
You knew it was coming.
All right. Nomad, Elbrig.
As we once again encounter something that is
I'm kind of still waiting. The person, am waiting to see if Andrew is.
I think he's dead.
Should we be concerned?
I think
It'll be fine.
I do. Elbert does eventually now go. Nomad. Hmm. Who is our guest? Very tall. Yes.
Nomad would look at Elbrig and kind of say, I do not know, but I fear for Tyrell's safety. As he just and he glances over at the small pool of blood slowly gathering around Tyrell's bedroll.
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
Miss, who are you?
And you see her kind of turn her head and look to Elbrig. Mordecai.
Well, good middle of the night, Mordecai. Why are you kicking Tyrell?
I have questions for him.
Who are you to, Tyrell?
Well, that's one of the questions, isn't it? As he pulled me from one space into this one.
Misted's going.
Oh, you're that person.
And I would like to know what has happened in the last few thousand years.
Because you have been in the other place?
Yes.
What would be that other place, if you don't mind me asking?
The Onyx Depths.
Does that ring any bell for me?
No.
I've never heard of that place before.
And I pray
Sounds
you never
ominous.
do.
Okay, I was right. It is ominous.
Someone may need to call Apex.
Oh, and I just texted him. Yes, I believe he may have died.
Like I said, you may need to actually call.
I'm sure he's fine. It may just
Is
be
that
that
what the
Ranger
blimp?
got hungry and ate him.
I was about to say, are you saying that because that's what the blimp man wants you to believe?
She knows. Execute her.
Bitch, protect me! Oh God, he's working for
As
him.
you command.
Oh, Jesus Christ. But
Hold on, I'm
yes.
calling in the airstrike.
Tell Trinla I love her.
But yes, she introduces herself as Mordecai. And for all intents and purposes, she is unusually beautiful in almost a supernatural kind of sense. But one of the distinct feature that you all take notice of now is that she has very small curved horns on the top of her head that appear to be made of what looks to be porcelain or ivory in its coloration. And that her wings actually sprout from from her lower back about where her hips are at, which she has currently tucked up tightly against her back.
By this point, Misted has returned with sketchpad in hand
Um,
and is plopping down, staring directly up at this woman's face.
Miss
Like
Mordecai, this might seem kind of rude to ask, but my curiosity is kind of killing me. And seeing as you are not in the process of killing us, I might as well ask because it seems to be natural that we keep coming across different individuals of interesting origins. What are your people called? Because you have quite the unique look to you. Besides the whole, uh, you know, supernaturally attractive.
Elbrick said words.
Indeed. And she just kind of pauses for a moment, looks at you. Ocnian.
Scribble, scribble,
That
scratch.
one should ring a bell for everybody, right?
Yep. It is the perfect combination between Azamar and Tiefling.
So yeah, the jaw just kind of drops, and there's a small squeak of thank you.
And looking at her and kind of like seeing what the typical visage of one of these individuals might look like is oddly reminiscent of someone else you have met. Just minus the nearly 8 feet tall aspect. She seems oddly reminiscent of Oris.
Scribble, scribble, scratch, scratch.
Yeah,
So
I think Andrew actually did die.
I said, you're gonna need to actually call him.
You guys okay with taking another break real quick?
Yeah, it's fine.
All right. So, Andrew is dead. R.I.P. buddy. Long may he reign.
R.I.P.
In the arms of the Archnean, kicked in the
Death.
ass, he bled out his anus. A good man has passed.
But yes, the line of questioning reveals that Tyrell is actually very familiar with this individual, as this was the individual that he seemed to pull from the stone that is in his possession.
Has it ever occurred to Tyrell not to pull strange entities out of strange stones? I feel like that's its whole MO.
The last time that he saw her, she seemed to be on death's door. And introduces her as basically the incarnation of death.
Strange women lying in ponds, distributing swords is no basis for a system of government.
But this individual proceeds to question Tyrell as to his lineage, and if he is aware of it.
I'm fairly certain, to the best of my understanding, that
That he's
Tyrell.
blue.
Well, no, I was going to say, to the best of my knowledge about his lineage, you see, his father, his mother was a hamster, and his father smelled of
No. That Mordecai specifically refers to Tyrell with the surname of Arlius. That she, in fact, refers to him as Tyrell Arlius. Which he is completely unfamiliar with this name. And does so referencing his blue skin tone. And this is actually a point in time where you all are capable of interacting and asking questions.
You said that Terra presents her as the embodiment of what again?
Death.
Well, Misted's going to shove her hand in the air like an absolute child.
Mordecai's turns an odd display, but yes.
So how long were you in the other place?
Well, to me, there's no telling. Time doesn't work the same way there as it apparently does here. For those of us that were there, we departed from this world, and we were there for maybe a few weeks. It could have been. We can't tell.
So, how about you list the continent names for me?
Of this world?
Yes, please.
Well, the ones I recall, there's Vinaru and Zerdo, and the Shattered Peaks to the north. There is the ever-expansive Sprawl to the south. There's Kotash, far off to the other ocean. There is also the remnants of Remnan, which is to the southwest of Vinaru. And most of these sound familiar, and as she continues on listing off like smaller continents and kingdoms, countries, and islands and whatnot, they are increasingly becoming more and more unknown to you. That the last one of relevance that you were actually familiar with is the idea of Kortash.
Mm-hmm. You've been there.
Yes.
Can you tell me a little bit about it?
Well, it was very spacious, tribal. The individuals there were quite attuned with tradition and culture. Why do you ask?
So, if I handed you a map, you could show me where it is, right?
Generally, if you have a map of the entire world.
Misted's very upset.
Don't have one of those, do you?
Nope.
Nomad is going to think about this for a second. And is going to ask, this Kurtosh, in what direction was it? Where is it in relation to Vanaru, for example?
And she... I'm sorry, give me one moment.
Meanwhile, while Nomad is asking questions, Misted is going to draw very shitty outlines of a map to the best of her recollection of where things are. Which is obviously not perfect, as she's not been everywhere.
Okay. So Nomad's question was in relation to Vanaru, what direction it would be?
Yes.
She mentions that it would be more northwest, but closer to the west.
Misted is going to produce the shitty map.
Okay. So in this moment, Andrew, are you back?
God damn it.
Pretty sure we already determined that he's dead.
Yes, I'm back.
Yeah.
Bumpy!
Limp, actually.
You all good?
Yep, I'm all good.
Good, because you have taken 3 points of bludgeoning damage as you've been kicked in the ass from sleep.
All right.
Don't
And
worry, we don't get
as you are stirred to your awareness, you see looming over you, standing at roughly about 8 feet tall, is the familiar visage of the woman you pulled from your stone. Yeah.
So Tyr will just kind of look around a little bit and see what's going on.
Okay. She has already dictated out to the group that the reason she is here is she has questions for Tyrell, and refers to you as Tyrell Arlius. And has
Who do
also
what?
revealed to the group that she was
Hold on.
once in a location called, or where she was pulled from was called the Onyx Depths. And that she is Arcnean. She is several thousand years old.
Sit down. Sit down, buddy.
And that the group has learned that her memory of the world is vastly different from their own, as she recalls Kurtosh and many other continents and smaller islands and kingdoms from times long since past that have no touch in history anymore. And yes, she distinctly refers to Tyrell as Tyrell Arlius, referencing his blue skin. And that's, to her recollection, that Kurtosh, at the request of your companions, for a general direction, that Kurtosh is located somewhere to the west of Vanaru.
Shitty map.
Or Nomad. That's the divide, correct?
For Nomad, the east is the divide.
Oh. Interesting.
But that she very distinctly does not refer to the divide at all. In fact, to her, it seems odd that it is there.
And for Misted, shitty map.
And yeah, she points out a generalized direction which leads somewhere to the west of Vanaru.
Misted is going to ask about how big.
And she thinks on it for a moment. About the size of Vanaru and Zerdo.
Misted is going to scribble a little blob in about the area she points to.
Okay. Yeah. And Tyrell.
I would say Tyr will just kind of be cocking his head and ask her what exactly she just called me.
Arlius. That is your
No.
surname, correct?
Tyr will just kind of give her a blank stare and say he's not really sure, never got called by one that much.
Mm. And to this point, she also too kind of imitates the head tilt. And the eyes kind of narrow, which are opalescent in their shine and glow.
Hmm.
And she distinctly points out, well, you're blue. For one. For two, you can astral project. And for three, it also seems you can astral possess. Those were all traits of the Arlius line. It was quite noble in my time. It was a royal house.
Of who?
Well, of the dark blood tieflings.
And where did they originate from? Like
In,
continent-wise?
in Venaru, of course.
Uh, Jiro's just kind of milling that over and goes back for a minute and just asks, "Astral possess?"
Yes. Being able to accompany or, in some cases, take over the mind of another, as long as there is a distinct form of connection between the two. And in some cases, take on some of their abilities and aspects when you return. As such
Uh,
of what you did to my siblings.
yeah, I would say Tyrell just kind of looks at his arm real quick and just kind of murmur. I guess that's what Cadmus meant when he said it only affects me this way.
Yes, so it would seem. Are the Arlius royal family not still around?
I'm gonna assume no, considering I'm the only blue tiefling I've ever met in my life.
What a shame.
And I get weird looks every now and again, but I don't know much of it. It seems that any information of that would have been hidden from me.
And she also makes note of your eyes that you are what seems to be a hybrid between two families.
Uh, he just kind of gives her a blank look. What now?
The black eyes that was
Mhm.
of House Zidani. They
That's
were
the who?
less nobility than Arlius, but they were, well, important is not the right word. More like very vocal about their existence.
Mm.
Though distinctly they had a knack for mischief and mayhem.
Nomad just looks straight at Tyrell.
Yeah, but
Gerald just has that look, just thinks about it for a minute, and slowly starts to feel the burn of Nomad's gaze.
Oh, it
And
is boring into you like a
yeah,
laser.
yeah, but
You see her kind of stop, and Tyrell and again, for the sake of expediency, Tyrell and Mordecai have a bit of a conversation away from the group, which probably lasts for about another 15, 20 minutes. And as they return, I've heard that you are all underway for a particular quest, which I care not to know. I need to relearn the world, it seems. I bid you good luck, and hopefully we will have a chance to speak again more in depth, Tiro Alias.
Oh, I'm sure that time will come.
And as she goes to depart, you see her kind of stop and turn and kind of kneel down and like gets on like towards her knees towards Albrig. And as far as being an incantation or incarnation of death, it just means that I cannot grant life in any sense. I hope that clears it up for you.
So that means you haven't been to any of the supposed afterlife.
I can state with almost certainty that no, I have no sway or control over it. My deeming for death is that I cannot create life. I am unable to heal, and I am unable to further my line, so to speak.
I look at her and she's like kneeling down next to her.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, she's
So
like 8 feet tall, and you're like what, 3'6"?
that
36
wasn't
and a
that,
half. You got
that wasn't the fucking point, but all right. That wasn't the point. There was no need to say that.
It's a little bit hurtful, man.
I guess you might see the priestly side maybe of Elbrick come out as he kind of looks at her and nods his head, like pats whatever appropriate area he can reach, and just says, "I'm so sorry."
Mm. And she just
But just
nods.
like in a weird moment, you can see because originally when you met Elbrick, he was in basically like homespun priestly garments with the symbol of uh, there's dual symbols, one of the crown of the arcane and one of the crown of death on his attire. So just for that brief moment, you can see why he was in priestly vestments.
And she specifically motions to the crown of death and change, and says, "That would be my father." And then stands up.
He like loses the whole priestly moment and it's like, wait, his father, and then are you sure you can't confirm for me that?
And you see her think for a moment. I'll see what I can do. And then the
Like,
wings stretch out to their full length, which Tyrrell
okay.
has never really seen like this up close and personal. Of this of Mordecai, and also Tyrrell wasn't here for this description. She indeed stands at roughly about 8 feet tall, and that her wingspan tip to tip is about 20 feet.
Hmm.
And you see her then strike the wings down and begins to take off, and seems to return towards what looks to be Abcassis as she flies off towards the northwest.
She just jaw drop at that comment. I'll see what I can do as she takes out. And he's just like, ah! And then there's like contemplation and a little worry on his face.
But yeah, the remainder of the evening is yours, and with the previous rolls from Misted and Nomad and everyone kind of buzzing on edge, the night does pass with seemingly no more encounters or events. And as the next morning greets you all, you, I assume, begin to go under your way.
I would do the assume that we do.
All right. Who is driving?
Uh, Actually, before we take off and go on our way, Sting is grab a bunch of stuff. Could Misted And I have taken time either last night before resting or like maybe leaving something to brew overnight type of thing when it comes to making any potions.
Yeah, go ahead, and I'm going to assume that Mister would be helping you with this.
She because she can have the power it has. She would be the primary, and I would be her assistant. So
All right, Mister.
Well, before we do anything, Elbrig, which one specifically did you want to work with? Like, what specifically did you want to do?
it was the healing potion because I believe if I remember right, couldn't have told me that the oh notes where are you? The maiden's hair flowers can be used in healing potions, right?
Mhm.
I think I remember that.
They can also be used as a paralytic effect.
So we're,
Oh, good. You better not fuck it up.
we're going for the healing potion aspect.
But yeah,
Of
that
maiden's.
the bogweed is the primary component that is used in a lot of for the materials you currently have in your possession. That the bogweed itself is what would typically be used for a healing potion.
All right. So we're using bogweed and making healing potions.
Mhm. And it would be bogweed plus maiden's hair.
Mm-hmm.
And
Uh,
with the amount, are you guys using all of it or just like some of it?
Yeah, are we
mhm.
doing a sample batch first?
Oh, that's I don't know how many potions we because for my notes I have 50 maiden's hair flowers, but I don't have the amount of bogweed we got. I remember anyone saying was there an amount of bogweed that was said? I know that we have some, but I don't remember getting a specific amount.
Well, Misted has the book.
Book that tells me how much bogweed I'm holding? Because, like, no, it doesn't.
No, how much bogweed you need?
Well, yeah, but we're asking how much bogweed we have.
What does your book say?
What book are you using?
Tyrell, give me the book.
She wants the
The book.
cookbook.
I want
Oh,
the crack book.
and the
Give me,
book.
give me. Does Tyrell give me the book?
I don't know. You tell me how much bogweed you have.
Bitch, give me the book and I'll tell you, I guess.
You have enough to make 2 potions in
Okay.
total. With everything you guys have, you have enough to make 2.
Okay.
Tyrell will hand over the book, but he gets it back.
He gets it back.
All right. So you can now roll a d20 and add your proficiency modifier.
Well, you remember I
Uses
don't have one.
okay. So this is you have to use your okay. So out of character because Missy would know this, and Elbrick now has an inkling of this. You use your
Channel divinity.
channel divinity,
Yeah.
which gives you proficient with the herbalism kit. That's why you can use your proficiency bonus. And then otherwise, the DM can determine which one it is, but normally herbalism kits / alchemy kits use either wisdom or intelligence.
Hey, Mr. DM, can I have wisdom?
I make an argument for wisdom because it's divinely bestowed upon her by the crown of knowledge.
All right. Go ahead and roll a wisdom, and with that, you get a +3 and a +3.
Okay.
So it is
D20
a
plus 6.
wisdom check with a +6 in total.
While Mr. is fidgeting with the book and the supplies, she is desperately clutching her tail with her right hand and fidgeting with her little tail bangle. Like, you got this, you got this, you got this, you know. All right. We want to roll a straight d20, and then we said we are using our wisdom as the proficiency, right?
Yep. You can make
So
a
it's
straight wisdom check and then add 3 to that total.
yeah.
So I can just do a wisdom check and then add 3 to the total.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay, well, that's unfortunate. That makes it 14
Okay.
for the first one. And the next one's a 26.
Okay. So the first one comes out a little bit wonky. It's not quite there yet, but the second one does in fact produce a potion of healing.
Oopsie doodles. But like at least the second one was dope.
But a very rare moment because very things have happened that are very exciting for me. Elbrick will actually hug you, like with joy on his face. Like he does not do large, affectionate or happy moments. But in this moment, because of our interaction with the lady with wings and fire, and the fact that this is working, and we actually succeeded in making a potion, he will actually like fully hug you.
Misted is going to be stunned for a moment, and then you will find giant furry arms engulfing you.
And that's when we go, nope, nope, let go. What did I do? Let go.
Misted's going to go bah! And then let go.
Yeah, so
So
just like
you can add
completely
one more potion of healing to your inventory.
Me or Elbrig? Elbrig, do you want it?
Sure, why not?
Okay, Elbrig's gonna hold on to the potion of healing. Put it in your inventory because this will not happen again.
Do you have it in your inventory?
You said you were gonna put it in my inventory for me because it's a custom.
Yes, I will.
Wait,
And
why
I
is it
will
a
not.
custom? I found the
No,
physical.
the
No,
two
not
other things, but yeah.
the two other.
So, sake of expediency, who is driving? Who is riding? What's the plan?
Well, Misted is very snoozy woozy, so she's going to want to ride.
Okay. So who will be driving?
Okay. Tyrell, my boy, it looks like you get to drive again.
After being kicked in the ass.
Listen, if it weren't this important, I'd offer you a potion.
A robot that could be fine.
English?
So I think we can leave it to the robot to drive. It'll be fine.
Orion,
Nothing
no.
happen.
Okay.
You'll
We're not
regret that.
Drive.
sit down here, please.
Okay. So who all's driving?
Apparently, Nomad.
I'm gonna take a nap.
No, Tyrell will drive. Just someone up shotgun with him. So you guys can figure out who's going to be doing the shotgun.
I vote Nomad.
Okay. So as you all begin to depart,
Mommy, what you doing?
Get up, puppy.
What you doing?
Righty.
go ahead and roll perception checks for whoever is driving.
Anyone else going to be rolling? Speak now or forever hold your peace.
I'll roll. You roll.
Nomad has already
rolled.
rolled. So it is up to Tyrell.
Hell yeah. I had a 19, it bounced on the screen, and I got a 1. We're doing numbers, boy. I am, in fact, allowed to have nice things.
At
Shit,
some
this
point.
doing numbers.
Alright. So, as you journey on and pass through into Silverscale, you see it is completely empty aside from the occupying blood onyx that are in relatively larger numbers, but seem to be still in the process of investigating and picking through things, but you don't even see so much as any of the cages or any of the blacksmithing equipment or repairs. That this entire
Mommy,
area seems to have been abandoned.
Still creepy.
You guys stopping here, or are you guys going to continue on? It's still only... it's only about 2 o'clock in the afternoon at this point.
Nomad would fully intend to continue on.
Alright.
Yep. No reason to stop. Elbert's kind of keeping his eyes on the sky, looking for a winged form coming back.
Okay. Well, it's going to be a bit difficult as you're passing out of Silver Scale, it seems to begin to lightly rain. And heading forward, again, nothing really seeming to grab your attention. You would make it...
As we're traveling, I would kind of lean forward from the cart and tap Tyrrell and say, "Hey, are you good with all that just happened? Because you're apparently part of a line of unique individuals and all that stuff. So how's that? How's that affecting you?"
You mean the fact that I'm apparently a mixture of two lines of royalty, got my ass kicked by the same deity I let out of a giant rock, and
Yeah, pretty much.
I mean, her kicking me in the ass isn't exactly unheard of. That's about par for the course. Knowing her, I say Tyrrell doesn't entirely know how to feel about the whole bloodline thing, but he has questions.
And nighttime falls and finds you all about a little bit less than a day's ride out from Serpent's Calling. Which, if you travel for a bit longer, you might be able to reach Serpent's Calling the next day at probably somewhere around 3, maybe 5 o'clock in the afternoon. So do you want to press on or just make camp for the night here?
I'd say press on a little bit longer.
Yeah, Nomad would kind of be thinking, we're so close, we may as well just keep going.
Are you going to try and go all the way into Serpent's Calling?
Assuming nothing bad happens, yes.
Because that'll be about another 8 or 9 hour trip. And it is currently... yeah, it is about 8 o'clock at night at this point. So for another 8, 9 hour trip, you would arrive there at about 5 o'clock in the morning. You guys want to just press on through the night?
I think so.
Nomad would volunteer to drive throughout the night so that everybody else can get a good night's rest.
Alright. So while this small conversation is happening, I'm going to assume you guys stop to talk about it.
Briefly.
And feed and water the horses and whatnot.
Yeah.
Okay. Alright. So, with Nomad driving, I need you to give me a perception check.
Dirty 20.
Alright. And it takes a little bit longer, as the horses are not exactly like exhausted and worn out, but they're starting to get a little bit tired, so the pace slows a little bit. And the rest of the members getting a chance to sleep in the wagon for the remainder of the journey. You guys arrive at Serpent's Calling at 7 o'clock in the morning.
Well, the first thing that Nomad would do is pull up to the, forget the name of the stables.
Notes, my dudes, notes!
What are we doing? I didn't quite hear what Nomad said. We pulled in. What are we doing?
He said he's pulling into the stables, but he cannot remember the name of the stables that you guys acquired these steeds and this wonderful wagon
The
from.
Thundering Shores!
Thundering Shores Stables.
Yes.
And you are greeted by Gadula.
Nomad would hop down. Well, he would climb down from the cart
Okay.
and sort of pat the horses and say, "Greetings. It has been some time."
She was finishing up setting hay for the morning routine. And so, greetings. It's been a while since you've been back.
Nomad would nod and say, "We've traveled around Vinaru for a while, and our next objective lies across the ocean. So I was hoping that we could leave the cart and horses with you."
You see her, look over the horses and whatnot. And she's, well, I can stable them and secure your wagon and possessions. And while you're traveling, for a service fee of only 15 gold, I can keep this all fed, tended, and protected. And it'll also come with maintenance to your wagon should it need. And
Nomad
that'll
would
last for about 6 months.
have already pulled the gold out of his pouch while she was talking.
She just kind of stops, looks at you, and any longer than 6 months is 5 gold per month.
Nomad would consider. How long did the trip between Zerdo and Vinaru take by Cadmus's ship?
Through the safe route, it took about a month. Which that was skirting along what he called the reef.
Nomad would ponder for a moment and reach in and pull another 15 gold out and say, "Just to be safe. I'm not sure how long our travels will be, but I hope that they won't be too long."
Yeah. And she reiterates that for 6 months is 15 gold.
Yes.
That every month after that is an additional 5. So you're
Yes,
paying
so
for
30
9
would
months.
be 9 months.
Okay. Right. And she will lead the horses back to park the wagon. Your companions are still back there?
I don't know. Are my companions still in the wagon?
I mean, it's only 7 o'clock in the morning.
I mean, I probably would have. Nomad probably would have said, "We have arrived."
Oh, okay. All right. Samson and I, with all our crap, go ahead. Oh, actually, looking at all the stuff we have in the cart that we haven't been carrying ourselves. Nomad, I'm going to need your help in carrying some of this stuff. There's quite a bit of it.
All right. So what all are you taking with you?
The alchemy supplies, all the alchemy materials, the herbalism kit, and my actual pack. Full 3 robes, the 3 different outfits that I have.
So, from the last time we were here, I'm assuming I can remember that there is, in fact, a general store.
A what?
From the last time, not like from the last time we were in this town, I'm assuming I would remember where a general store should be located. Surely we walked past one.
Yes, but you also sound a bit drowned out.
I think she was asking about a tavern. I'm not
She
100%.
said general
A
store.
general store.
You know what the general store is.
But
Oh,
yes,
okay.
that would be the Shipwrecked Merchant.
That merchant got his shit wrecked.
Indeed. Mister is going to want to go there after we're wrapped up here at the stable, and is going to make sure the party knows it.
Yes, the Shipwrecked Merchant is a wooden building that is very much stained by salt spray, which is found on the northeastern portion of the town.
Mm.
I don't like that noise that you just made.
Mm.
Or that one.
Mm.
I'm going to request that you stop making noises.
Mm.
Don't give in.
Alright, so the morning finds you. What are you all doing?
Mm.
Don't make me call Mr. Goodyear.
Mm.
Going for a walk. Do-do-do-do-do.
Alright, what's everyone doing?
After helping Elbrig gather all the things that he decides he needs for this journey from the cart, Nomad would sort of look to Tyrrell and say, "Shall we see if we can find Cadmus?"
I'm sorry. So is he see if we can find a what now?
Cadmus.
Yeah, we shall look.
Okay.
Uh,
So, Misted, Elbrig, what are the two of you doing?
is there an oddities shop here in Serpent's Call?
Is there a what shop?
An oddities shop, maybe?
Okay, I'm not sure I know what you're asking. Define oddities.
Like a pawn shop or something like that, for weird shit.
I mean, there's a general goods store.
Come on, Elbrick, we're going.
Yeah, that's not exactly what I'm looking for. Looking for that guy
Too
who
bad.
sells, that guy or girl who sells weird trinkets and all that stuff. Or someone who has, like I said, like a pawn shop, a bunch of clutter and shit like that.
As far as like Serpent's Calling goes, not so much there. This just seems to be mainly defensive type of town, and it's a port town, and where the merchants come and then go to where they need to go. No one really sets up too many shops here.
Okay, it's a stopover.
Yeah, that Ventures Cross would be the location where the merchants all gather. Well, that would be Ashstone, Ventures Cross, Abcassis, and White Shallow.
Mm. Is there perhaps an apothecary here at all?
An apothecary?
Yeah.
Roll a perception check.
Bogweed is, you said normally using healing potions, right?
Bogweed is
Primary.
most commonly found up in Deep Mire.
Yeah, but it is most commonly used in healing potions, right?
Yes.
So in this attempt, you can say no, but in this attempt to find an apothecary, if I pull out bogweed and kind of get Samson to smell it, you possibly help me find some apothecary by smell?
Do you have any bogweed left, or did you use the entire supply to make attempt to make those 2 potions?
I forgot we did use the entire supply make this book. As far as I know.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Well, are you walking with Misted, or did I leave you behind? Like, because I said Elbrig, let's go, but you didn't respond to that.
Oh, if you said Elbrig, let's go, and you were asking me to come with you, then I'd go. I'd be going with you. I didn't realize that was said.
Okay.
The player missed that. All right, never mind. If I'm going with Misted before I find the I'd go with Misted first.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll say he was looking for an apothecary on the walk to the general goods store.
All right. For that, yeah, Elbrig, you could roll a perception check.
That's suckers. That's an L. Hey, Misted, keep an eye out for an apothecary if you see anyone or anything.
Okay, well, I'm also going to roll a perception then if he asked me to keep an eyeball out, right?
Sure.
Okay, guess what I got? 26. Elbrig
Elbrig got
ain't
it
see
7.
shit. Elbrig was too busy being distracted
It's fine.
by everything.
Looking around, you don't see any apothecaries. You do see the odd, like, smaller, like, collection of what looks to be merchants gathering up supplies to commit to their travels. You do actually, in the distance, you do see the general goods store. You see a few collections of, like, inns, taverns, etc. You see what looks to be a building that is where the Blood Onyx reside as their base of operations here. But aside from that, you don't really see any herbalist shops. You don't see any apothecaries. Nothing that really sticks out in that sense.
Got you. So nothing out of the ordinary and no apothecary shop that I can tell.
You do, however, see that there is a much larger gathering progressing towards the tavern that you all were in at the very beginning.
Uh-oh.
And you
Mr.
hear the
Shimmer tails up.
distinct sound of laughter and what sounds like singing and music coming from that direction.
Oh, Misted wants to poke her head into the general store first before she gets terribly distracted.
Okay.
So Misted's going to stroll in that direction.
Thing is, I can't see an apothecary. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, so you enter into the general goods shop.
Yep. Misted's going to be looking around, seeing what appears to be out and in view at the moment.
There is a decent collection of what looks to be various kinds of kits and tool sets available for purchase. Distinctly, there are things such as like rations and whatnot for trips on the seas to restock supplies. And above all this, you don't really see the actual like owner of this establishment, but you do hear the scuttling sound of footsteps.
Just to be clear, actual scuttling, or is that just a descriptive word?
Not like spider tip tap.
Okay.
I know
We
that's
can
where you're
drink.
going with it.
Spider, crab, slick, you know.
It's fine. But this makes the sound of little tiny feet.
Okay.
While Misted is perusing, Misted's going to not quite a yell, but raise her voice, and she doesn't see anyone. Hello.
And you hear shuffle, 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 shuffle. Yes, and it's like right next to you.
Misted is going to spaz and look around.
Down by your feet, you see a gnome. Rather old gnome, but a gnome.
Gnomes, how do they work?
I don't know. It baffles Misted. They're the size of her paw.
But this particular gnome has wild salt-dried gray hair, and it very much resembles someone that has been struck by lightning a few times.
Nothing's
It is
Zap, zap, zap.
wild and just sticking straight out.
I came
What?
back to hear sticking straight out, and I assume it is an appendage.
It is his hair. It is his hair. Calm down.
Okay.
I'm right next to Miss Ida. She spazzes out. And I see the gnome. Just go, well, hello there, my good sir.
And it's kind of, hello.
Hi.
And you can see this dude has rather large glasses on and very beady, dark brown eyes.
I go, you have a wonderful inventory. Do you actually have anything that might be of interest that's not on open display?
And you see him just kind of look around and everything you see is for sale.
Weird
Are
question. Do you have a gilded skull on you?
And you see him just kind of, think and shuffles around. And you hear the sound of pages flipping. And then a book close. Shuffles back. No!
How about just a skull in general?
And he shuffles back over to his book. Hear more pages turning. You hear some rustling. And it comes up what looks to be like a rat or a mouse's skull.
What condition is the skull in? Like, is it like
It's dead.
old and yellow or what? It's a rat skull, but I'm like,
it's one piece, like Orion.
Yeah.
One Piece.
Oh no.
That's my question. Is it like in one piece, old?
It is intact, but looks to be rather dusty. And it's probably been here for a while.
Mistet's going to make a face at Elbrig.
Don't look at me that way.
What? Why do you need a skull?
Spellcasting.
Okay then.
And the pursuit of knowledge, all in one.
I can respect it.
But unfortunately, I did have a bigger skull.
Yeah.
Anyways, thank you for that. But also, what would you give me for? And I pull out a sling, a bag of sling pebbles. There's 20 of them. 10 torches, and yeah, that's it.
So you're presenting him with what exactly?
A sling and 20 pieces of ammo, of sling ammo, and 10 torches.
All right.
Completely, all of it completely unused, like pristine condition, never been used.
Let me think. He turns around and just kind of looks at all of it, and just, I'll give you 8 silver for all of it.
Deal, take it.
All right, you have 8 silver. But perusing, you do see that there is a set of carpenter's tools. You do see that there is there's carpenter's tools, mason's tools. You do see that there is a.
Patrick.
Hmm?
I need you to take a break and come here, please.
Run, child, run!
Like
Basically.
5 minutes of you. Like
All right.
5 minutes.
We'll take another short
Outside.
5-minute break. All right. Now that that debacle has been fixed, where were we?
Misted is sifting through the kits.
This is what?
Elbrig and Misted were in the store talking to an elderly gnome whose voice is reminiscent of another character I'm hoping to meet soon because I long for the day that we meet the Pee-wee Dee born.
Oh no. Misted is sifting through the tools and kits that are available in the general store.
Okay, yeah. He has a set of carpenter's tools, mason's tools, a glassblower's kit, just in case. There only seems to be one. He does have an herbalism kit. He has a medical pack or healer's kit. He also seems to have on hand smith's tools, as well as what looks to be a calligraphy and cartography set.
Well,
Aside from that, is just looks to be rope for rigging. There looks to be a tailor's kit nearby. What looks to be fabric for sails. A leatherworking kit, which is set near what looks to be like fasteners and whatnot.
well, Misted's going to pick up and, without really looking, extend the glassblower's kit kind of sort of in the direction of Elbrig for him to look at.
Why are you holding the Pepsi?
Bottles. Potion bottles.
To quote an episode of Squidbillies, that's crack cocaine, isn't it? Ah, yes. The glass dick.
Misted's going to wiggle it in it, like wiggle it in her paw to try and get Elbrig to take it.
I kind of take it reluctantly.
And then Misted's going to thumb through, well, not thumb through, but paw through and just kind of weigh her options on things that she wants. And Misted also picks up the woodworking kit, or the carpenter's tools,
Okay.
and is kind of looking it over.
Alright.
You know, I might like to take up, woodworking. I might like to take up, making the little figurines if we're gonna be in the water for a while.
That would be a woodcarver's kit.
Oh, not the same kit. That's gay.
Nope, this is for structural repair and building.
Yeah, I say if you had a carpenter kit, you could build a table
Could.
Yeah, but
The flip.
to
what do
flip
we?
to hide the
What do we?
cocaine under.
Oh no.
Give me a perception check on Misted.
I just stepped out to finish that cigarette I put out to let the girls in. 2 seconds. Yeah. Perception. 16.
All right. You notice tucked away in kind of like a little corner of the shop, there looks to be another set of tools.
Going for a walk. Do-do-do-do-do-do.
Okay. This one looks to be a set of thieves' tools.
Misted makes the face.
Looks to have, lock picks and various other things used to quietly make your way through undetected on things
Processing.
for mischief.
Misted has decided it goes. Well, you can't say in the cart. You know where it does go?
To the Elbrig.
To the Elbrig. Misted is going to hold it out and do the wiggle.
I trade you the glass blowers kit from Diesels.
Alright, so what all are you gathering up? we'll just go ahead and cut to the quick here.
Okay, well, Misted for sure wants the thieves' tools, the glassblowers kit, and then Misted was looking at some rations for sure that would do well for sea travel, just in case, because you
Okay.
never know. And then was also considering picking up the tailor's kit, and is going to verbally ask to Elbrig, what do you think the chances are that we damage some of our clothing or gear?
Very high.
But we aren't, none of us are wearing the clothy cloth. So maybe not the tailoring kit.
Albrig is wearing
As
cloth.
I lied.
and Garvey, while I look into perturbed.
Misted is going to sheepishly look over at our little gnome friend and ask the various prices for the leatherworking, the smithing, and the tailoring.
That he announces that every one of the kits and tool sets, they are 5 silver apiece.
Add to cart.
And that also includes the healer's kit.
You know what? You never know. Throw it on the Elbrig as well.
Stop throwing things on me. I'm not that fucking strong. You need to hold this shit.
You have larger arms.
Misted groans and takes all of them back except for the glassblower's kit.
Okay.
So you were on the wrong motherfucker for this shit.
In
It
my
occurs
defense,
to me
tailoring.
that basically this large cat has given this small man a tool to make to create glassware, a set of thieves' tools, and is now planning to purchase sewing kits. What kind of night are you planning on having?
Not just sewing kits, a tailor's kit, a leatherworker's tools. I believe you said smith's tools?
Smithing tools?
Smithing tools.
You looking to become an Omnicrafter in Final Fantasy XIV?
Yeah.
Listen, Elbrig said that I needed to be utilized to my full potential as the Swiss Army knife.
She's the Swiss Army cat. Leave her alone.
I'm just being prepared.
Be prepared.
Bottle
That's the
opener.
Boy Scouts solemn creed. I really just said Boy Scouts. I'm gonna excuse myself to go to the bathroom and weep.
Okay. But, so down the list of what all you are getting is the glassblower's kit, the thieves' tools, the carpenter's kit, the smithing kit, or the smith's tools. You are getting the tailoring kit, the leatherworking kit, the healer's kit. Anything else?
Did you get the kit?
Did I get the what?
The kit.
The kit?
Anyways.
No, well, I was also, like I said, looking at rations that would do well for sea travel.
All right.
Making sure we're stocked up on that, because I want to have at least three days worth of food for everybody.
Okay.
Just in case. Meanwhile, Misted has the fattest bag you've ever seen.
Would
So,
all these buying of kits make her a Kit Kat?
Indeed. We're gonna put that in the pack. I didn't pick up the herbalism kit because
We already have one.
yeah, we already have one. Okay, so I already added that. Sorry, I'm adding them into my inventory as I like real quick before so I don't forget.
okay.
And then let's see. I didn't pick up the carpenter tools because we decided we didn't want those. I do want the glass blowers in the pack. Leatherworking tools in the pack. Smith's tools in the pack.
Yes.
I accidentally closed it, god damn it.
This cat's gonna have a bag of holding for her bag of holding.
Back.
So,
I might have to.
total number of items you are getting that are the kits and tools.
Hold on. Let me pull it up so I can It should now be in my inventory. Let's see. In the backpack. Alright. There is now glassblower's tools, healer's kit, leatherworking tools. So there's 3. Thieves' tools, that's 4. Smith's tools, that's 5.
All right.
And they were
Anything
5
else?
silver apiece. Well, how much were the rations? I'm gonna go ahead and add those too.
All right. For a 10-day supply of rations, they are 1 silver apiece.
1 silver a piece, or 1 silver for the 10 days worth?
1 silver for the 10 days worth.
Okay, well, she's gonna go ahead and just grab the 10 days worth, because that's... Well, no, that doesn't include Samson. Oh my.
Just don't tell Elbrig
Well-
that.
Well, it's fine. We'll get to. So 20 days worth divided among the peeps. It's fine. Everything is fine.
All right. And that's all you're needing?
Um. Oh. To the backpack. To the backpack. There we go. That is it for the moment, unless Elbrig has anything that he wishes to pick up. So what is my total, Mr. DM, then?
Go for it, Trev. I'm good.
All right. For glassblower's tools, healer's kit, leatherworker's tools, 20 days worth of rations, smith's tools, and thieves' tools, that comes out to 2 gold, 7 silver.
Behold. The deed is done.
Okay. And you are set upon your way.
No, I'm not set up on my way, actually.
Uh-oh.
You know what? We didn't catch the shopkeeper's name, did we?
No.
Hey, I don't want to say shopkeep. That sounds rather rude. What was your name?
You see him just kind of turn up. Medios! Percival!
Do you have a preference for which one?
No.
Okay, then, Percival.
You summoned me, Percival.
Shut up.
Oh, no. You wouldn't happen to know where we could find anyone in the herbalism or alchemical trade here in town, would you?
You see him think for a moment. The old Furbolg, maybe.
Where could I find him?
On his ship.
Is the ship currently in port?
Yeah?
Oh, neat.
You see him kind of
Well, I really...
shuffle up to a window and points at one of the ships.
I'm assuming I can reasonably determine which ship he's pointing at.
Yeah, it's called the Shattered Star.
Oh, perfect, thanks. Well, we appreciate the help. I'm sure we'll be dropping by port on our way back through. Hope to do business with you then.
Okay, bye.
Okay, bye, and then drag the Elbrig out.
Why did it go?
Never.
The amount of nasally behind that voice.
I know. It actually was hurting my nose.
Just wait until we get to the PWDD born.
No, it's not happening. Fuck you.
Oh, I was really looking forward to it.
Alright, so Nomad and Tyrrell, you are on your way to go find Cadmus. Mr. Nelbrig, are you also heading to that ship?
Actually, they were in that shop for quite a while. While Misted was looking out the window at the ship, she might actually see us walking up to it.
I was gonna get to that.
Yeah, if we see the Dingleberries walking that way, Misted is definitely dragging Elbrig in that direction.
Okay. You would indeed see the Dingleberries walking aboard the Shattered Star.
We're hard to miss in a crowd.
Yeah, like he points out the Shattered Star and like, oh, that's neat. And then you see two people, because Well, I imagine that the way that this works is that the walkway to get onto the ship is on the other side of the boat from where they are in the shop, and so you look at it for a second to see the name, and then you notice two people walking on board, and it's your Dingleberries.
Yeah, it's definitely your Dingleberries.
We're hard to miss in a crowd. That's all there is to it.
There is a blue tiefling and a large metal person.
Also, port side is on the left, so they would actually see the walkway up.
Dingleberry!
Dingleberry!
All right, so you all begin heading to the Shattered Star.
Indeed.
All right, and you are all on board as Tyrrell and Nomad have made their way on board pretty quickly and pretty easily. And Tyrrell, you encounter the bosun from your journey over, who seems to be keeping his distance from you.
What's happening? Sorry.
The bosun during your journey that you discovered your arm's abilities on.
Oh, he remembers.
Yeah. And he is
Oh, don't
keeping
worry,
a wide
Teddy.
berth.
My dreams were shattered years ago. How many years ago? How old are you?
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
But
Just
but yes,
Tyrrell
the
just
quartermaster has come up to the two of you and asked to state your business.
Nomad would say, "We are here to see Katniss."
And he nods and wait here. And proceeds below deck. And as you are awaiting Cadmus's appearance, you are joined by the other two Dingleberries.
Not a Dingleberry.
One of which is, carrying a rather large bag full of a bunch of stuff.
Pack.
And
Now
she
I'm
seems
going
very
to,
happy with herself.
I'm going to
known for
preface this
all
next statement by saying that this is a joke and not something that I'm going to say in character. Greetings, Dingleberries.
Mister, why would you let
Amazing!
the tiny one carry all the stuff?
I'm the one holding the giant pack.
No, it's an illusion. I don't believe it.
You'd have to be the one carrying the giant backpack, otherwise I'd be dragging it. I'd be dragging it. Maybe.
As you're all having this conversation, you do hear the very distinct sound of heavy footfalls, groaning wood, and the tapping of something metallic against wood.
And you hear the distinct sound of blue puckering.
You do hear the sound of blue butthole puckering.
I'm uncomfortable.
Yeah, you hear a slight.
Ears are on a swivel now. Like, what was that noise?
And you see arising from the depths of the ship is the leaned over, rather large visage of Captain Cadmus, the 7.5-foot tall furbolg. And you see as he makes his way over to the group of you.
Tyrrell may have seen this before, but it is the first time that Elbrig and Misted have ever seen Nomad seem genuinely excited to see somebody.
You Nomad's not excited to see me on a daily basis? Offended.
Ignoring that,
What is
Nomad, upon seeing Cadmus, begins walking up to him, and once within appropriate talking distance says, "Cadmus, it is wonderful to see you again."
You see him nodding. Hello, Nomad. It is good that you are well. And you as well, Tyrell. A pleasure as always.
We'll call it that for now.
What can I do for you?
Nomad would sober up and say, we're hoping to rely on you for assistance in our current mission.
Of
We
course.
need passage to Dravar.
You see him kind of stop, and like the whole crew hearing it just kind of stops, and he just, children, back to work. And they all turn and return to their duties. Travar. That is a bit of a distance. But I am certain you would not ask for such a thing without purpose.
Nomad would nod and say, "We have encountered certain objects which trigger my sense.
You see him nodding.
We have collected 2, and 1 more remains. And I believe it to be in Javar."
Let's see. Well, I can take you to Travar if you wish. You'll need to give us 2 days to prepare and resupply the ship. I assume you recall the fee of traveling aboard the Shattered Star.
We help the crew. We work on the ship.
Oh, yes.
And you see him kind
Tiro
of,
will be stating that out loud.
yeah, he just turns to Tyrell and, very well remembered, Tyrell. And he kind of passes the eyes over to Misty and Elbrig and taps his way over. And I recall you from long ago, but I never did really get to know your names.
It's going
I'm
to stick
Albert.
out the big. Oh, hold on, Albert.
Okay. Missed it.
Mist's going to stick out the big fluffy paw and reach to shake his hand
And he
and
reaches
introduce
out, and
yourself.
his hand is about a little bit bigger than yours, but just very gentle. He just
Misted is dumb. Dumbstruck.
nods his head. Yes, now I remember. Master Elbrick. It is a pleasure to have you back on board, my friend. I assume your travels have been well, and a pleasure to meet you, Misted.
I barely believe my own travels.
And you see him kind
I
of release the grip and puts his hand back on what looks, you can now see it is a jeweled cane that has various gemstones inlaid into it, and it is very, very well crafted. It has very intricate designs carved into it. And he taps twice on the deck, and it echoes out throughout the whole ship. And you see every pair of eyes on board the ship just kind of turn and go quiet. My children, make ready the ship. We depart in 2 days. We travel to Dravar. Be well, eat well, rest well. This will be a dangerous journey. So if any of you wish to depart, you may do so here. I will not force you to go, as I never have. But should you wish to join us, we will be glad to have you. Now, let us prepare for the journey. It will take us a month and a half to reach Travar from here. We leave in 2 days. And the cane taps one more time, and you see everyone just kind of nod and scatter off and begin prepping the ship. You see Cadmus look to the group of you all. I have traveled with Tira and Nomad. They are aware of the cost of traveling aboard my ship. I ask for no pay. All I ask is that you help. You may tend to any work you choose, but we do have a few positions available if you wish. And we need someone for the crow's nest. Someone to help with the rigging and the sail work. We do need a carpenter and a cook, and preferably for a journey like this, we need a navigator. Any one of these positions you can fill, or you could just simply help aboard.
I think I'd be best as a general helper. All the positions you kind of named are not mine, or even close to my specialty.
He just kind of nods. Very well. We will be glad to have your help.
When he mentions navigation, Tyrrell would actually present him the map with one of the routes drawn out.
Nods. Thank you, Tyrrell. Always reliable. We will study this. Would you like to assist us as navigator?
Maybe not navigator, but possibly in the crow's nest, depending. We will see.
Very well.
And then I'll ask him when he's doing this if he got the message sent to him.
Indeed. We will discuss later
Okay.
when we are not at dock.
Yeah.
And he turns to Mr. And as for you, my friend, what will you be helping us with?
Is there anything in particular you're shorthanded on?
He gave the list of the crow's nest, rigging and sail work, a carpenter, a cook, and a navigator.
Misted has decided carpentry.
All right.
All the chairs will be slightly off balance, but they will be great.
Actually, it's more or less of maintenance and repairs to the ship.
Misted's gonna learn some skills today.
And he turns Nomad, and Nomad, what will you be helping us with this time?
Nomad kind of looks a little sheepish and says, I'll help with whatever I can, though cooking and rigging may not be my fortes.
Tyrrell would kind of point out to Nomad that you might be helpful with navigation. As you're the only one who can really pinpoint where that thing is.
Nomad would ponder and say, You're right.
You see Cadmus nodding. Very well. We have our navigator. He taps the cane one quick time, and the quartermaster behind him just kind of nods, and then descends below deck.
Every time that cane taps, I just have a little wince.
Butthole puckers a little harder.
Yeah.
This is, well, we have 2 days until our departure. Get rested. Tend to any matters you may have still here. And we will leave the morning of 2 days.
Misted's running back to the general store.
I'm not
I was
going
gonna
with
go
him.
inspect the damage that was left to the bar.
Oh, you're heading back to the bar?
Yeah, I want to see what kind of damage was left.
Alright. Elbrig?
Unless, well, Cadmus said we'd talk when we're at sea, not at land, so then we're good.
Alright.
I look at Cadmus, way up there. We met an interesting woman on our travel, and I'm going to, just so he can see it, and probably try to make it so that none of us who can see it. From my the clothing I'm wearing out of the chest area, I kind of slip out the scale. Her name was Malia, I show him the scale. See if he recognizes it at all.
He, gently takes the scale. You said you found this with someone?
Yep. She is a lovely woman and happens to be covered in these.
And he just kind of shakes it. That's not possible, I'm sorry. And hands it back.
Is Tyrrell and Nomad still standing there?
Are you?
I would assume we wouldn't be far off. I don't think I ran off that. I don't know what
Yes,
Nomad
you
would do.
Nomad probably would have opened his senses.
So he's just sitting there, just.
He's just sitting there, just
Damn it, not
There's
while
a
look at that fucking.
little antenna sticks up out the top of his head and starts doing the radar thing.
Oh, please tell me like a little dish forms around it. Just a
Mhm.
real tiny one.
Alright. Anyways, Elbrick.
I look at Candace and say, I would not lie about this. We did indeed meet a lovely lady named Malia, who this came from.
You see Cadmus just kind of nod, slowly turn. Well, I hope you are telling the truth, as that takes a little bit of pain away from me.
If Tyrrell's still close enough, he would back up Elbrig's story. Why our other one is divining rotting.
Mm-hmm. And Cadmus just stops and they were, well, destroyed many 100 years ago.
I hate to cry, but
If Nomad specifically hears this conversation going on, he would kind of walk over and sort of just put a hand on Elbrig's shoulder and say, "This conversation is perhaps best saved for more private circumstances."
I
Yes.
can accept that for now. But again, looking at Katniss, we will have a conversation.
And you see the eyes that are this typical, very soft, gentle sky blue. Just kind of pan over to you, and they are now currently glowing white. Yes,
Ah,
I
fuck.
believe we shall.
Doesn't one have fucking eye powers in this world?
You don't know the half of it, Elbrig. You don't know the half of it.
But you do notice that he has a similar, I want to say vibe, but he has a similar sense to him. He has a similar, like, air about him that Misted does.
Speaking of Misted, that bitch booked it all the way back and got the carpenter's tools.
Okay, it's
Me?
another 5 silver.
Indeed.
Mommy?
Yes, hold on, buddy.
Alright, and with that, Cadmus would, gently nod and would descend back down the stairs, back to below deck. So, what are you all three doing?
I begin to stow our large amount of gear.
Okay.
And
Tyrrell's gonna car for now.
Yeah. And the quartermaster and the bosun would help you out and would bring you below deck, Elbrig. And at the end of what looks to be this just long row of beds, and at the foot of each of these beds is a rather decently sized chest, which looks to be where you keep your personal belongings and whatnot. But they allot a particular section of below deck of the second floor underneath the main deck, where you can set up the alchemy sets and whatnots, and direct you to where would be your bed, essentially. And at the end of all of these long row of beds, you see a very intricately carved door, which they clearly state that that is the captain's quarters.
Hey, just a heads up, D&D Beyond will not let me remove just the 5 silver pieces.
Okay, so if you don't actually have any silver pieces on your D&D Beyond thing and it just says 0, it's not going to remove anything. So remove 1 gold, give yourself 5 silver.
Mhm.
That's how you remove your silver.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. So I assume that after everything is tucked away, everyone will be heading off to somewhere.
Yes.
All right. What are you all doing? It is currently noon. Sorry, I had to do the math.
After Misted acquired her tools, she is going to go hunting for Elbridge.
Yeah.
Just in case, I guess Tyrell would go to find cooking utensils and binoculars or something of that case, just in case for
You
this trip.
recall that there is an actual cook station on board the ship.
Okay. Do they have the binoculars?
They do, in fact, have somebody with a spyglass.
Okay, then we are fine. Then he will go to the bar for now
Okay.
and
And
face the struggle of death.
Misted Elbrig?
So would
Depends on
catch, yeah, Mess would catch Elbrig as he's about to walk off. He seems to have the Necromancer's book underneath one arm, and yeah, you'd catch him right as he's kind of about to walk off.
Wait, Elbridge!
Huh? What?
I forgot. Because I was excited to pick up another kid. Did you remember to ask him about any kind of, like, potential herbs or plants?
No, because he told us apparently Cadmus was the one to deal with that. Remember?
Give me kiss, mommy.
We were told to go see him about it.
Mommy, give me
Did we
kiss.
ask him about it?
Mommy, give me kiss.
Not yet. We haven't asked him about it. Not yet. Asked him yet.
I mean, I suppose we can ask him later.
Yeah, I kind of brought up. It seemed like I mean, brought up a sore point. So actually, gonna just make sure to give it a little time before I go asking more things of Cadmus right now.
I suppose we ought to wander down to the tavern then, eh?
You can go join anyone at that. I'm going to go off alone for a little bit. I have magic to practice in a non crowded area.
Ooh, okay. Well, I'll catch up with you later then.
You guys have a good one.
And yeet. Off goes the cat.
All right. And Nomad.
Mm-hmm.
What exactly was it you were sensing for?
The orb.
Same spot.
How about the how many? Is it still 10?
Same number.
Okay.
Okay. Anything else? Or is the Nomad all set?
I think after that, Nomad would be all set.
Alright, where are you going?
Hotel, motel.
After, I suppose after doing his sensey wency bency. I don't know why I said it like that.
You are now banned from that, just as I am banned from Scoopy Whoopie.
You should be banned from Scoopy Whoopie.
Probably by the time he's done ascertaining the location of the... As soon as he's done pondering the orb,
Okay.
by the time he's done with that, he'd probably, like, sort of come back to himself and look around and everybody's gone.
I mean, that would also be rough around the time where you would be seeing Tyrrell and Misted and everyone start heading off.
No, I would just be like, oh.
Okay.
Not really having anything better to do for the time being, and not seeing Cadmus or Elbreg, and assuming that they went to discuss further. I suppose Nomad would head to the inn.
Alright. So, which end are you heading to?
The same one as before.
So everyone's heading to the waterlogged weasel. Minus
Yep.
Elbreg. Alright. As you are all approaching, it is now noon. And as you're all making your way through Serpent's Calling, a very light fog has begun to descend. But this one seems oddly unnatural.
Up has gained power.
But yeah, it's not a very thick fog. It's very light, and feels oddly warm as you're passing through it. And
Oh, no.
the sounds of music and laughter and applause start to grow louder as you begin to approach the waterlogged weasel. So what are y'all doing?
I'm obviously gonna
Is there-
stroll right the fuck in.
Outside of the bar,
What's that, Tyrrell?
are there any signs outside of the bar?
Signs of?
Yeah, I'm just making sure there's no sign that says nothing about like no blue tiefling and robot or you know.
Oh, you're looking for wanted posters.
Are you a criminal?
Not in this town.
no.
No, not in this town. I just
Yet.
caused a lot of damage one time.
But
Yet.
no, you don't see any wanted posters.
Hmm. I will venture to the bar.
You will enter. Nomad, will you enter as well?
Yeah.
Alright. As the three of you enter in, you are greeted with the wondrous sound of very excited, upbeat music, and the clapping of hands in rhythm, and laughter, and just seemingly a wonderful time, as there seems to be a bard performing.
Whoop, whoop.
And the tavern is much more packed than you have really remember ever seeing it.
It
And
is.
I just look for signs of damage left.
oh, there's plenty.
Missed it is swiveling the head back and forth looking for my buddy Garoof.
Guru is not there. It's currently still daytime.
Brew is nighttime.
Do I see the other
You
the
do.
other barkeep? I make a beeline for him.
You are moving through a sea of people, basically, in this tavern. And as you kind of, are head and shoulders above most of the other inhabitants of or occupants of this tavern, you can clearly see that in the corner on a raised table, dancing away very joyfully, there looks to be a woman in some very colorful clothing. And every movement she makes is followed by a strange mist and what looks to be sparks and glitter. But she doesn't seem to be actually standing or dancing on the table. She seems to be hovering just slightly above it.
My God, she stole the pixie dust.
Do you know what time it is? Do you know what time it is?
What you
I wish
see
I didn't.
dancing away to the crowd's wondrous enjoyment is a rather small, probably about 5.5 feet tall, dancing, playing, laughing, singing, Ergjanasi.
Oh, you.
It's time to get a drink.
By the way, I need all three of you to make wisdom saving throws.
Oh, fuck.
It's a great day to be a cat.
It's an okay day to be a robot.
It is not a good
It's
day
a
to be
bad
me.
day to be a tiefling.
Not easy being blue.
Apparently.
It's not. Again, right when I hit 19, smack the wall, do it over to a 1.
Okay. What are your rolls?
12.
23.
16.
You ready for mine?
Yeah.
2.
So the three of you that are actually in this tavern, anyone who rolled above a 15, you are pretty well fine. You're enjoying the music and enjoying just the vibrant, upbeat nature. For the one of you that did not, you find yourself inexplicably drawn to this individual. So, Tyrell,
Okay.
as you listen to the music and just the general revelry and you're watching her movements, it's just, there's something hypnotic about it. And you find yourself just slowly, like, moving through the crowd, approaching her. You can't explain why. You're just drawn to her. The other two of you, you're fine. Misty goes up to the bar and you see your favored bartender there. Do you remember his name?
No.
What's his name?
No, I don't remember.
What's his name?
I don't remember! Let me roll an
I know it.
intelligence to see if the DM will let me remember.
Perhaps. Depends on how well you roll.
It's a 21. Do I remember his goddamn name?
Get any of these leftovers before I put them away?
His name is Traga.
Traga, okay.
Traga.
Since this is clearly a classic scene, straight out of, any strip club ever, my man Traga, get me a drink, please. And then I'm going to, like, swivel my head around looking for my buddies. I assume I see Nomad right next to me.
Actually, how many people are in this tavern?
Probably about 15 to 20.
Ah.
Not including the dancing air genasi.
And it's a pretty small tavern, so it's pretty packed.
It's packed.
And it is loud.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Nomad kind of walks in, kind of looks around for a bit, and is like, maybe not, and is going to just turn around and walk back out.
Alright. Then you hear the sounds of coins being tossed onto the makeshift stage that she is dancing around. But as you turn around, I need you to make one more wisdom saving throw for me.
It's not me.
I do.
Yeah, fine, go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead. buddy.
You're pretty well okay. But you do get the sense that there's something trying to draw you back in. But that it seemed to not be able to get a hold of you. And Misted, you also need to repeat this saving throw.
We said a wisdom, yeah?
Wisdom save.
So, Mr. DM.
Oh, ignore that. I clicked the wrong thing. That was not a saving throw. That was a check.
So, Mr. DM.
15.
Yes, Tyrell.
My arm is at 4 today.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just letting you know.
Oh, trust me. Yeah. Trust me,
Number
you're
4
feeling
is
that effect right now,
absolutely
aren't you?
lagging. Yep. Number 4 is the occasion. We're just gonna call it that.
Okay.
The occasion.
So, Nomad succeeded. Misted, you two suddenly feel inexplicably just drawn to her.
Oh no. I'm assuming I now have drink in hand.
I want drink too.
You assume what?
I assume I have drink in hand now.
Yes, and it is also 5 copper. But yeah, as the performance carries on and Nomad turns to leave, Misted and Tyrell are both just drawn to this individual. And about another 5 minutes go by, and then she, takes herself a bow, very, very elaborately takes a bow, and starts scooping up all the coins that were tossed on the table for her. And to the roaring applause and, laughter and whatnot of the tavern, she looks around and distinctly notices Misted standing head and shoulders above the rest of the crowd, and her eyes go wide, and an enormous smile appears on her face.
Oh no, there's literally sucker written on my face.
And the look of absolute excitement just ripples through this individual.
Guys, this is why you can't take me to any kind of a club.
And as the crowd begins to disperse and, leave, they all seem to kind of be shaking their heads and coming out of some kind of small daze, it looked like. And a bunch of them are relieved of much of their gold and silver, and many of them of much of their copper. But all in all, they seem very happy and very
And
entertained.
a couple of them, some articles of clothing, I'm sure.
Possibly. But no. And as they are departing, you see her then float off the table and then hover over and is arms close to her sides and is just, oh, you're so fuzzy.
Oh no. Mrs. Tail's going to swish.
And you see her just kind
And
of
then just
flip
threaten.
upside down. There's a tail. She has a tail.
At this point, the fur has gone poof. We are in full poof mode.
A tale of two kitties. I see.
A tale of two titties.
Indeed.
But you see her just kind of circling around, she is only 5.5 feet tall, but she is face level with Misted.
Oh boy.
I repeat, we have gone full fluff mode.
I mean, you still seem just inexplicably drawn to her. You are charmed.
I am charmed, and I am full fluffed, man. It's almost like a half chuff, but not quite.
And as the, excitement continues to bubble out of her, she turns as Tyrell is also inexplicably just moving towards her. And you see the eyes continue to get even wider. She goes, "This one has horns!" And, like, flies over and, like, just gently, like, grabs a hold of them and is like, "Oh my goodness, they're horns. They're actual horns!" And she kind of sits back and she goes, "And he's blue." And you see her look over to the corner of the room and out loud, you hear her announce, "Coulter, are they supposed to be blue?" And in the corner of the room, sitting at a table with a scaled hand pressed against the temple, you see a bronze dragonborn sitting across from what looks to be a human girl with very bright orange hair and what looks to be a set of goggles over her eyes, and she is very, very, very intently staring at some kind of object that she is messing around with some tools. And you see the Dragonborn look up and go, "They can be whatever color they wish to be, Tempest. Come, please, don't touch. It's rude." And you see her just kind of let go of the horns and, "Sorry."
Nomad would have sort of walked out and sort of not really known where to go. Does he hear the sound and ruckus die down and see people leaving the tavern?
Yeah.
He'd walk back in then.
All right. He would literally see this girl floating in front of Tyrell and kind of like has a hold of his horns and is just beaming with excitement.
Tyrell would pipe up and tell her that blue is a little less common.
Yeah. Which again, you are still charmed by her.
Mm-hmm.
And then from the other corner of the room, you hear a rather softer voice. "Tempest, you should drop your effect. The performance is over." You see her just, "Oh, right," and snaps her fingers, and both of you snap out of it.
Hmm.
Do I, though?
Do you? Fucking
I mean, I'm
cat.
not charmed, but I am still fluffed.
Mm. Yeah, and then she gently, like, hops over through the air, just hops over to the table and just kind of floats in front of the Dragonborn and what looks to be the human girl. It's just like, Ella, I'm bored. Want to do something? Come on, make it fun." And the other individual just does not seem interested in interacting. You see her just kind of wave her hand and just focusing on something. "Do not distract me. You go bother Cotter." You see Cotter, who appears to be the dragon, but just, no. Go get Faro. He loves spending time with you, Tempest. Isn't that right, Faro? And you see the individual who is literally lurking in this corner, completely by himself, is just, "Am I the babysitter now? Is that what this is?"
By now, Nomad would have walked up to Tyrell. Would just be like, kind of
But
staring and be like, what exactly is going on?
Tyrell's just gonna look at you and be like, "I'm not sure."
And
I've
Nomad
just
walking
felt
in
very
catches
drawn
the
to a little bit.
attention. Yeah, Nomad walking in catches the attention of the Genasi.
No, it's
Oh, yeah.
returning.
Oh, yeah. And
I
you
look
see her
back at
just
the
turn around
furry
and just,
one. It's poop. Oh God.
a really big intake of air.
While she's doing this, I would say, as she's on her way over, Tyrell would be kind of tightening or retightening the bandage around his arm to
Mm,
hide the darker, because I assume that was starting to unravel a bit.
yeah, a little bit. And she floats over and just looks like literally is just looking at Nomad, not touching him, just like floating in the air near him, like knees tucked up a little bit, arms in, and just open mouth, big grin, just hi.
That is just kind of like staring for a full 5 seconds before saying, "Greetings."
And you have seen this kind of look before when Misted was looking at the drawing of her parents and herself as a baby, the wide-eyed, just like eyes going huge and glistening with stars. This is that, but like times 5. Like the eyes are just enormous at this point. She's just like just staring at all of you, and then her eyes kind of pan over to Tyrell and then to his chest, and then you see her like you. I'm sure all of you have encountered children.
Yes.
The toddler
Unfortunate.
vibration of excitement.
Oh no, he's
She
excited.
is vibrating in the air, like the limbs are out, and she's just like wiggling. She says, "Oh, oh, oh, oh!" And then she points at Tyrell's chest and goes, "Faro, he has the same thingy. He has the same thingy you do."
Um,
She's pointing to your patch.
yeah, I assumed Dutch and Tyrell just kind of starts looking for around for the one she's talking about.
In the corner of the room, lurking in the darkness of that corner, you do see an individual there that is garbed in what looks to be black cloth and leather, with a blue sash of some kind just kind of wrapping around the body at parts, and a hood up over his head, and a mask pulled up over his face. Well, covering his nose and below.
Yeah.
And, yeah, you do see what looks to be in the same spot as your original one, Patch of the Planar Hunters.
Hmm.
Although his looks a bit more disheveled than yours does.
Yeah, I say Tyrell would finish off wrapping up the arm and tighten it down again and just give an acknowledgement to him.
And you see him just put 2 fingers up and wave. She's still just vibrating in the air. And you see the individual in the corner just, Tempest, it's time to calm down. Like, you've had your performance. Why don't you just count how much you've made? Yeah? And leave these individuals in peace. And you see her just kind of, right, I have money! And she just zooms off into a corner, which is the same corner as the Dragonborn and the human girl, and just thumps what looks to be just a cloth pulled up with just a ton of different coins in it on the table. And you see the Dragonborn
Tyrell
just kind of jump a little bit, and I
Looks
admire
like
your
Tyrell did not
enthusiasm,
like-
but not the sounds you make.
What?
He's talking to the Genasi.
Yeah, I know. Just the way
That is
struck.
going to, like... It's going to kind of just, like, be staring at all of this just blankly, and then sort of put his hand on Tyrell's shoulder and say, "What exactly did I miss?"
When he asked this, Tyrell was gonna take a second to look over at the giant cat.
The giant cat is still in shock. Those eyeballs.
Tyrell's gonna look back at Nomad and say, I don't believe we lost any money, but I believe we were charmed for a bit there.
And you see the Dragonborn in the corner just kind of, well, I better do some damage control, and stands up from the chair. And you see him just kind of look at Tempest, who is the Genasi, and Tempest, sit. Settle. Stay. And you see her
That's
just
all.
kind of, like, hands full of gold, just kind of look up at him and just nods very quickly, and then floats over gently and sits down in the chair and starts pawing through the money. And he walks over, and this bronze dragonborn appears to be in very ornate, full metal armor, minus a helm, obviously.
Hmm.
But he, walks up to the three of you. Well, two and a half of you, as Misted is not all there, and just kind of puts his hand out. And he just introduces I am Coster of Ironhold.
Tyrell will reach out and shake his hand.
And he turns and puts his hands in Nomad.
Nomad would shake his hand, and the distinct sound of metal scraping on metal echoes throughout the tavern because
Mm-hmm.
two dudes in gauntlets are shaking hands.
Oh yeah, and he
Tyrell makes a visible disgust noise at that.
then he turns to Misted and just kind of is she gonna be okay?
It depends on if she was okay when we found her. To be honest, I think this is normal.
And you see him just kind of nod, looks at the Genasi. I know that feeling. It's like, I apologize for Tempest and motions to the Genasi. She's very young and very excitable. The world is a wonder to her. Every second of it seems.
Hmm.
Nomad
It's gonna give a
thinks to
big old nod
himself,
too.
I am young, and the world is a wonder to me, but I don't make a deal out of it.
A deal out of it.
One thing
No,
that does
actually,
stand out, though, is as he
Yep.
motions to her and she's just kind of sitting there, like, pawing through the gold and the coins, the gold, silver, and copper. You notice that there is a mark on the back of her hand, the back of her right hand, to be specific. And it looks to have been branded into the skin.
Alright, guys, I think Misted's brain recalculated finally.
We can
Oh.
fix that.
She broke the horny through. Okay.
No, we
She's
can
alive.
fix that.
Now, why would you want to fix that? No.
But yes, you do notice that there is what looks to be a branded mark on the back of her right hand.
Ah, yes. Fix the cat.
What's it look like?
For all three of you, roll a religion check. Misted with advantage.
Alright, first one is going to be a 17. And the second one's an 18.
Alright, Tyrell.
14.
The two of you are vaguely familiar, but can't really put your finger on it. You recognize it's a mark of one of the crowns. Misted, you recognize that is the mark of the crown of creation. And that you have seen a mark like this before on Valdry. The two of you have seen a mark like this before on Oris.
Mm.
That this girl seems to be the host of the 13th crown. That she is the host of creation.
Well, this girl needs me to be her friend, clearly. So Misted's going to walk back up and let's try this hello again.
As you walk up, you see the person that is sitting across from her at the table is, again, looks to be a human girl with medium length, bright orange-red hair. And these really thick, heavy goggles on, and she is messing with what looks to be some kind of puzzle box in front of her, and she's using, like, actual tools to mess with it. And as you kind of walk up, you just see her just kind of shudder a little bit, and then just very gently puts her tools down, slowly lifts the goggles up, and just kind of puts her hands together. I will tend to this later, it seems. And she just kind of looks up at Tempest and just. I think you should apologize, Tempest. And you see Tempest just kind of still pawing through the gold and goes, For what? And you see Cothter is still there, and he just motions to the girl with the orange hair at the table. Goes, that would be Ella. Don't take anything she says too personally. Social is not her gift. Intelligence, vastly so. Social interaction, not so much.
Gotcha.
Ella fell off the track.
We'll just kind of ask him about the one sitting in the corner, covered up completely, pretty much.
And you see him just kind of look over, and that's Faro. He's a former hunter from Sanur. We encountered him on our travels, and, well, offered him a chance at fame and fortune. And Faro, who is in this corner, just seems to be just kind of lurking. And then you hear, or you see Tempest kind of jump up from the table and, like, has something in her hand. And she just immediately, like, runs over to Faro. She goes, hey, what does this look like? And it's a strange little object that someone might have had in their pocket just threw on stage. And you see Faro just kind of look at her, and it's very nice. It's very pretty. Good job, Tempest. And just kind of, like, gently, like, puts a hand on her shoulder and, like, guides her towards a chair. And just, perhaps we should breathe for a moment. She goes, I've lost count of the gold. I gotta do it again. And just hops up and goes right back over to the gold pile.
Still, his head's just going one end to the other,
While
watching her.
the exchanges are going on, Nomad is gonna walk up to the barkeep and just say, we need a few rooms for the evening.
And you see the bartender just, well, we have 2 available. I'm afraid the 4 individuals here have booked a room themselves.
2 will work. We'll just shove 2 people together.
Very well. And he just kind of looks up and, you already know the fee is silver per room. Per person.
Nomad just puts it on the counter.
4 silver.
Kiro yells out to Nomad to get him a Dragon's Fire.
Nomad puts the 4 silver on the counter, nods, and then walks away as if he did not hear you.
Oh, you motherfucker.
Yes. Misted, you have approached the table, and she runs off, runs back, and then she just leans across the table towards the girl that has been named as Ella, and just whispers very loudly, Faro is brooding again.
Misted's going to do the classic head cock of what on earth?
Yeah. And then she just kind of looks up and, hi, you're fuzzy.
Hello. Thank you.
And she, instinctively, it seems like, as Ella seems to be like, kind of like turning this puzzle box over in her hands, you see her left hand shoot out as Tempest looks to, like, kind of reach out and touch you, and just slaps her hand. She just, like, recoils in, like, the big eyes. Not polite to touch.
I mean, I suppose it's fine. If you're not gonna. Please don't take offense. If you're not gonna frisk me for my money, I suppose it's fine. You can touch.
And you see her just kind of, like, stick her tongue out at Ella and just gently, like, pet your arm.
Nomad has found a table and is sitting and writing in his journal.
Okay.
Kiro invites the brass dragonborn for a drink.
Bronze.
Bronze, yeah, that.
And you see, and Kothor just kind of nods and thank you. It's yes.
Hard dealing with them sometimes.
And you see him just kind of sit down. And, so what do they call you?
Plan and introduce them and tell them my name is Girl.
And he nods and the unfortunate one that Tempest has taken a liking to.
He looks over and he's like, "You mean the big cat?"
Yes.
Misted. That's her name.
And he kind of looks over at the other table and sees nomads in there. And that one.
His name is Nomad.
Fitting.
Yeah, usually.
And you see him just kind of sit down and, well, we're called the Renegades. Treasure hunters, explorers, adventurers, whatever you wish to call.
Seems Tyrrell kind of looks around the room. Fitting.
It's always an adventure with them, even if we don't find anything. But, and you see him just kind of tap the table with his hand. What brings you all to Serpent's Calling?
We're looking to travel by boat, so we came to the nearest port town.
Hmm. Where are you heading?
That would be a good question. I'm not 100% sure on the direction yet.
Hmm. Well, we'll be leaving here and possibly the next day to set out on our own journey.
Where are you going?
Well, best not to reveal anything too soon, as you know, treasure hunting and all that. I would rather we not have someone else swipe it from before we can get there.
Fair enough.
And at this, you kind of see the Genasi just kind of lean over and, no, I know where we're going. I know where we're going. Wait, I did. I did know. And she
At
just
this
kind of
point,
sits there, just thinking.
At this point, Misted is chuckling and asking if Ella and her buddy want a beer. Well, not a beer, a mead, whatever. A drink. Would you like a drink?
And you see Ella just kind of, you know, still working on this puzzle box, turning it over and whatnot. Just, I don't drink. She's not old enough.
Oh. Well, Misted is going to then sit down with her drink at the same table, not going away.
And Tempest is still just sitting there, like, frozen, just thinking.
At this outburst, I was going to kind of just look back at our friend there and be like, is it hard to keep it secret sometimes?
And you see the Dragonborn just kind of, she means well. But yes.
I tell him it's no worry, we're not after treasure.
And he just kind of, well, I really like you. And it seems Tempest has taken a liking to your entire group. What say we make a friendly wager?
Oh?
And he just kind of looks around and, well, we don't really have too much to offer right now. And I hate to part with Tempest's earnings so quickly. But we also seek notoriety. So, how about a race? we become a more well-known name than before you do, and we win the wager. You become a more well-known name before we do, you win the wager. How does 50 gold sound?
Cyril kind of looks over to our giant cat and Nomad and asks if they heard that.
Nomad kind of would look up from writing and ponder for a second and say, I'm not sure our particular missions are the kind that we intend to have widely known.
Cyril kind of looks at them for a minute and just says, "Yeah, we'll take a wager on it."
And he puts his, his hand out for you,
I put mine out.
shakes your hand.
I shake his.
Nomad would shrug and go back to writing.
I was just making sure.
And you see him then slam his drink back and proceeds to place it on the table. So, is it just the three of you?
Cyril kind of looks around the room and goes, "Wait a minute. There was another. I have no idea where they are, but this."
Nomad would, without looking up, say, Elbrig is still on the ship. I believe he wanted to have a discussion with Katniss.
That makes sense.
Misted knows otherwise.
Misted knows otherwise?
Have you
Yeah,
just
we
not
think
been
he's in the
listening?
Maybe.
So it'll all be a surprise for her.
Misted disowned.
But yeah,
Alright,
you just
yeah. They're the ones apparently talking to the captain currently.
so there's four of you then.
Yes.
Looks like it'll be evenly matched.
I like these odds. It's
Indeed.
never bad for a friendly bet.
In fact, I feel rivalry will always help to make you stronger in the long run.
I sure hope.
And you see that the processing image that is going through Tempest's head finally just kind of clicks. And she goes, "Right, that place we're not supposed to talk about!" And you see him just kind of rub his temple and just, "Well done, Tempest. Good job. We're very
Daryl just
proud
kind
of
of
you.
looks at him. You trained her well.
The less she knows, the better."
I get that feeling.
And she resumes petting Misted's arm.
I'm not purring, you're purring.
I just ask him then, what ship are you going on?
And he just kind of chuckles. I have my own ship. It's not much, but she gets us where we need to go.
Hey, what works.
And, of course, Tempest, hearing this, kind of pipes up. It's a big ship. It's really pretty.
Uh-huh.
And he just kind of looks over her and she goes, "Wait, I'll show you." And claps her hands together. And the mark on her hand glows a little bit. And as she pulls them away, there's this little replica of what looks to be a rather impressive ship. Just in her hands now.
Hmm.
And it is very well made, very intricately designed, and looks to have possibly cost a small fortune.
Hmm. A modest ship, huh?
More or less.
Uh-huh. Well, it's safe to say you've been around a while, so I think we got our work cut out for us.
Well, not too long. I departed from my family maybe a year ago.
Hmm.
And Tempest leans over. He was a king! I was not a king.
So either you're downplaying or she's exaggerating.
That's typically where it
And
falls
so
between,
far,
isn't it?
so far, she's pretty on a mark, so I'm thinking maybe just a little.
No, I was descended from the royal line in Dragonborn and Ironhold.
Ah.
I'm not a king, Tempest. Well, I don't know what the other word for it is. And is just still gently, with one hand, is petting Misted's arm still.
Nomad would absent-mindedly say, I believe that would be royalty or nobility.
She just kind of thinks for a moment. No, we got a lot of abilities.
Cyril lets out a chuckle with that.
Nomad stops writing for just like a second, and he's still looking down at his journal. And you can tell that he's really weighing his options here. And he just closes the journal, puts the pen and journal away, gets up, and walks over to Tyrell and says, I'm going for a walk.
You got outsmarted by a tempest that's like 3 years old, man.
Yeah, more like 17.
Does Tyrell say that out loud?
No, he just thinks it. You could tell that you're already just done with it all.
Tyrell should also note that Nomad is not even half a year old right now.
Yeah, no, that's why I didn't say anything. I just get a kick out of it. Because it's a correction, but it's not the proper one.
Yeah, Nomad's gonna go take a walk.
As Nomad walks by, you see her just kind of reach over. And she's offering the little replica ship to Nomad.
Nomad would kind of just say, no thank you.
Just, okay. And crushes it and just disappears.
Well, then. Cyril will just kind of turn to my drinking compatriot and tell him that, don't mind him. He's a little odd at times.
And you see Coster just kind of tilt his head and looks at Tempest. And then looks back. But yeah, you have now met and encountered the Renegades.
Oh boy.
Mm. So, anything else for you all?
Besides probably conversing with, I think you just said his name is Coster?
Coster.
Oh, Coster. Okay, I was about to say Coaster, but, we're getting there.
Yeah,
I
pretty
mean, you're
close.
drinking with the guy.
Yeah, I'm bad with name pronunciation. I'll need a spelling
Also,
on that.
honey, you're muted.
I'm muted because you're a toddler.
Yes. I heard you talking. I just didn't know if you were supposed to be talking to us or not.
Anyway,
say Tiro spends the rest of the time talking to him, or all of them eventually.
Mm.
Drinking, possibly depending on how drunk, mentioning something about the whole learning of nobility, and other than that, nothing else.
Okay. Something that both Misted and Tyrell would notice is
Mhm.
that while not looking directly at Faro, his shadow seems to move. And there is just the faintest scent of cinnamon coming off of him.
Hmm. You rat bastard.
Okay, Misted, anything else you're doing?
I don't know if you heard what I said, but
No,
after a
that's
little
why
bit
I
of
literally
drinking,
said that I heard you talking, but no one else could hear you because you were muted.
no, I was talking before I remuted, and I said, other than a little bit of drinking, once Misted's done and relaxed, Misted's gonna go turn in for the night.
Okay. Any conversation with Tempest or Ella?
Just general chatting.
Okay. And Nomad, after your departure,
Nomad's just going to wander along the docks, sort of gazing out over the ocean.
okay. And as for Elbrig with the practicing spells, I would assume.
Yep, dedication and work. How this works.
All right. And in preparation for next session, you and I can discuss how that all goes. One thing, Nomad, that you do, because I'm assuming you're just going to be wandering about for a while.
Yeah.
One thing you do notice is that after a few hours pass, you do see Tempest come floating over the buildings. And it's just kind of like wandering about, observing things. But I believe that is where we will end for tonight, and we will pick up next Friday with the following morning.